entertainment by Burning Sky, the ultimate Bad Company tribute band. It'll be a great day in Wildwood. Blow off work Friday. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at SCORE.org.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Can the NASDAQ keep on rolling? That's the question as the markets open for the new trading week this morning. On Friday, the NASDAQ closing with its fifth straight record high. Its 18th of the year thus far. It's the longest consecutive record streak for the NASDAQ since November of 2021. Going the other direction the last several days, that's the Dow, which has been down 4 straight sessions, its longest negative streak since mid-April. This is an abbreviated trading week. The markets are closed Wednesday for Juneteenth. Some of the key economic reports this week: the U.S. retail sales tomorrow, housing starts and unemployment claims on Thursday, and existing home sales, and a rundown of the leading U.S. economic indicators Friday. And Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2 won the weekend box office, earning $155 million. That's the biggest opening movie of the year thus far. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Pope Francis on Friday became the first ever pope to address a G7 summit of world leaders, using the occasion to talk about the perils and promise of artificial intelligence.
It's up to each to make good use of it, and it's up to politics to create the conditions whereby this good use is possible and fruitful.
The Pope translated there addressing the summit in Italy. There was a White House summit last week about how artificial intelligence can be used by federal agencies to provide better service, like faster drug research, more precise and accurate weather forecasts, and in public school classrooms. Some AI experts warn that if we don't keep the technology under control, it could, worst-case scenario, lead to human extinction. Others say no, it's going to help humanity thrive. The majority opinion seems to be cautious optimism.
I'm pretty optimistic. These are incredible technologies. If we use them wisely, we can do all these wonderful things that we really want to do.
Jamie Metzel's new book's called Superconvergence: How the Genetics, Biotech, and AI Revolutions Will Transform Our Lives, Work, and World.
We can cure and prevent terrible diseases. We can feed 10 billion people. We can get unlimited almost sources of energy, develop new kinds of materials. But if we get it wrong, we could really do a huge amount of damage. And now's the time. We need to say, what's it going to take to get it right?
The book called Superconvergence, tell people what that word is.
Yeah. So superconvergence, basically, people understand that there's an AI revolution. And people kind of understand there's a genetics revolution, a biotech revolution, all these kind of revolutions. And what I'm saying is this is all one story. And just to give an example, all these technologies flow into each other. 10,000 years ago, we had the agricultural revolution. The agricultural revolution made it possible to have our civilizations and our writing systems. And when you look at computer code, it's made up of these Latin letters, which are basically based on Phoenician letters in our ancient history. And because we have a computer revolution, we can have a machine learning revolution and an AI revolution. And using the tools of AI, we can understand evolved design. So like, how does a plant distribute nutrients through a leaf? When we understand that, we can say, hey, how can we make a computer chip using that model? And that computer chip will be faster than the one that we've had, which speeds up our machine learning, which speeds up our AI. And the summary of it is change is accelerating. And so for us to think about change, we need to recognize, because it's accelerating, if you benchmark the rate of change based on your lived experience of it, you're going to be too conservative. So we all need to, in some ways, think like science fiction writers.
Let me bring it back to the present just for a minute, or the near present. Apple has a new deal to integrate AI into its systems. It's in Google searches now. It's all over Facebook. Some of it's messy, some of it's not. What in 6 months or a year are most people going to get out of AI?
So when people think about AI right now, they think, oh, I'm going to go do AI. Like, I'm going to go on ChatGPT, I'm going to ask it a question, and ChatGPT is like better Google search, which is sometimes wrong. That's how people are thinking about it. But if I ask you, how did electricity influence your life today? You can't even answer that question because it was in your alarm clock, in your air conditioning, in your haircut, in your clothes, in this microphone. It's just part of everything. And that's we're not going to go do AI. AI is going to be just integrated into everything that we do. And so that's it's going to be much more seamless. So with the Apple, they said it's just going to be part of Siri. So if you're interacting with Siri, Siri's just going to get smarter. And you're not going to think, oh, why is Siri smarter? That's AI. What AI? It's just going to be, it's smarter. You're going to be interacting with machines that are going to be adapting to you. You're going to be getting treatments in the hospital that are just different and better. And you're not going to ask, oh, why are they different and better? It's just going to be a part of everything. And that's what I'm trying to help people understand.
So in 100 years, whatever it is, 1,000 years, assuming we're still around, are people going to look at AI like we, in a way, look at agriculture, look at electricity? It's just going to be, oh, that didn't used to be a thing. How did they get by?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So in the book I write about it, when I was a kid growing up in Kansas City in the 1970s, in our basement of our home, we had this ratty old broken television, and we got this the first video game called Pong. Sure. And we're probably roughly the same age. And so it's like Pong, for you young people who are listening, you had like a little bar on one side and a little bar on the other, and you had like a little dot, and it would just go ding.
It was like magic.
Ding. And it was like, holy shoot, that's the coolest thing I've ever, like Pong. We stayed up all night playing Pong. Now you look at Grand Theft Auto, and the difference between Grand Theft Auto and Pong, it's like, oh my God, how are we ever excited about Pong? Every technology that we have today, including ChatGPT and these new AI systems that Apple is introducing and everything, it's Pong compared to where we're going to be 10 years from now.
So how do we deal with the unintended consequences of what on the face of it are all good things? If people are living longer, that's more population, that's more people to feed, but which I guess this can help too. People worry about jobs.
Right.
At some point, it's just going to be so pervasive that fundamentally economies are going to have to change.
Well, there's no doubt that economies are going to have to change. Just like our economies changed 100 years ago with the advent of industrial agriculture. We had all these little small farms, and then our farming systems industrialized, and then we had millions, tens of millions of people who said, all right, now I can't do farming. And it was very painful for those people. That's the grapes of wrath people. And so we need to be mindful of that. So things are changing. There are some jobs that are going to disappear. There are going to be new jobs that we can't imagine now that are going to be created. But every job is going to change. And that's why every person shouldn't think of not just AI, but all these technologies as some faraway abstract other thing. Your job, your life is going to change.
So it's integration versus elimination as far as jobs go.
Well, it's the only option. Every job, you can break it down to, let's say, 10 subtasks. And then you could think about, well, 10 years from now, for this subtask, this piece of this job, is it going to be more likely an AI doing this, or more likely a human, or something in the middle? If an AI is going to be doing this little task better than humans, we should be learning, well, how do we help AI do those things? Because we don't want to be second-rate AIs. We want to be first-rate humans. And if it's a human task, we should be doubling down on, well, what are those things, those core humans, whether it's interpersonal relationships, types of creativity. There's still a big role for humans. And if it's something in the middle, we need to be trying to figure out, how do we best interact and collaborate with AI? The future doesn't belong to humans alone, doesn't belong to AIs and machines alone, but like always, it's going to be humans and our technologies co-evolving.
Well, what about creativity? What about the idea that AI is eventually going to write as good or better of a song, as good or better of a book, a screenplay, or act?
Yeah, it could happen, but we're always adapting. And so we're going to have to figure out what is the human piece of creativity, because these AI systems, they're learning from us. And I just think that, yes, it's true, but there will always be something unique from human. What I always say is, we wouldn't want to train. People talk about this thing, artificial general intelligence. I don't even know what that means. They say it's like machines can do everything that humans do. We wouldn't want to build those kinds of machines. Human intelligence has evolved over almost 4 billion years. It's an embodied intelligence. And we have our own unique identities that are unique to us, our ways of relating to each other, our forms of creativity, and we're going to have to adapt alongside these technologies.
You compare AI to a child.
Yes.
Where maybe, I don't know what it is now, a toddler.
Yep.
But eventually, you send your child out into the world, and you can't control it anymore.
Correct.
For better or worse. Some kids aren't great kids.
Exactly, and there's a real danger, and I don't want to underplay that, because what we are essentially creating, I mean, that's the big story of this moment of human habitation on Earth. We are creating novel intelligence, a new form of intelligence, and we are beginning a process of re-engineering life. If we do it wisely and well, these could be really positive stories. If we do it unwisely, these could be really horrible stories. And now is the time in these early days where we need to set out on the course of doing things better. And I wish I could say, oh, our government's got this handled. The United Nations, they have a plan.
Well, you
Just let them do it.
You use the word governance.
Yeah.
But it also relates to us as well.
For sure. So people sometimes confuse regulation and governance. Regulation is what the government does, and that's really important. Some people say, oh, we should just let these companies run wild. That's the last thing that we need to do. But governance is something that happens at every level of society, in every business, in every industry association, in every hospital, and we all have a role to play. And so I know there are many people probably listening to this broadcast who think, well, the problem is too much government. And there are certain areas where there is a problem of too much government. But I've traveled extensively in North Korea, and you can see when there's too much government, that's a really bad thing. But I've also lived in Cambodia after the Civil War when there was too little government, and there was just chaos, and everybody was vulnerable. And that's really dangerous, too. So it's not get rid of government. We need government. We need regulation. We need the right amount, and everybody needs to recognize that we all have a role to play in building the type of future we'd like to inhabit.
How is the logical end? Having watched a couple Terminator movies, how is the logical end not that, where once it learns and learns and learns, it doesn't need us anymore? Obviously, it doesn't have morality. It doesn't have. I understand you have to program it, but what happens when it programs itself, when it repairs itself?
So we don't know the answer to that question. And we're a long way from Terminator-style robots. But that's why now we need to be having these conversations about what is and isn't okay. We need to know what our values are, know what we stand for, and weave those values into the machines that we're building. And it's even more challenging because let's say we really get our act together and do it on a national level. We're essentially in a new Cold War with China and Russia and Iran and North Korea. And all of those countries, including North Korea, they're really aggressively moving into this space. And they have access to all of our technologies. Right. I mean, Facebook, Meta, has open sourced their source code for their large language model, their AI system. So if you're the Chinese military or the North Korean military, that's your starting point. And so we, on a national level, we have to get our act together. But this is a really international and global challenge, and we're going to have to find a way to come together. That's going to be hard.
Well, those values you talk about aren't going to be shared by people that have equal access.
But we are because we're at the early stages of this revolution, it is going to have unintended consequences. It's going to have some intended consequences and unintended consequences. And that's why, again, I've written the book. I've written the book because everybody has a role to play. And what we need to do is say, how do we optimize the benefits and minimize the harms? And I have a whole framework, is a scary word, but an idea of how we can do that and the role that everyone can play.
Jamie Metzl, new book. It's called Super Convergence, How the Genetics, Biotech, and AI Revolutions Will Transform Our Lives, Work, and World. Jamie, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. Progressive.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati and PN number 2083768.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. A 23-year-old illegal immigrant from El Salvador arrested in Tulsa and charged with the first-degree rape and murder last year of a Maryland mother.
Police got a DNA match from a home invasion here in L.A. in March 2023, in which several people, including a young child, were assaulted, but the suspect disappeared.
And that there is Fox's Jonathan Hunt. The FAA serious about stopping unruly passengers, suing a 34-year-old first-class passenger for nearly $82,000.
The FAA says that the passenger was pushing and hitting flight attendants, trying to open the cabin door. She was eventually duct taped to her seat, but even bound and gagged, the FAA says that she continued headbutting, kicking, and spitting at the crew and other passengers.
Fox's Madison Scarpino. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Bryson DeChambeau is your 2024 U.S. Open golf champion, beating Rory McIlroy by one stroke after an incredible chip out of the sand on 18 helped save par, while McIlroy missed a short putt and ended up bogeying the final hole. The Boston Celtics list third leading scorer Kristaps Porzingis as questionable for Game 5 of the NBA Finals because of an ankle injury he suffered in Game 2. Boston is one win away from capturing the 18th championship in franchise history. Ryan Blaney wins the first ever NASCAR Cup Series race at Iowa Speedway. It's the first win of the season for the 2023 Cup Series champion. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I would love for Joey Chestnut and Major League Eating to GTFO. Just the whole concept of this, to me, just kind of grosses me out. And I'm normally not like that, but when I watch the mannerisms of which he's going through to down these dogs, dipping into water and all these things, and I'm imagining the smell of all of this, and then like he's paraded around like he's some American hero. When I say American hero, that is a legitimate quote from Major League Eating's statement. Quote, Joey Chestnut is an American hero. We would love nothing more than to have him at Nathan's famous international hot dog eating contest, which he has dominated for years. A rival brand. It's a hot dog. It's disgusting. It's kind of disturbing in a way to me when it's more like David Blaine regurgitation.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
End your Thursday with a bang at an Xfinity fireworks show you won't want to miss on Thursday, June 27th, following the Phils game against Miami, starting at 6:20. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. It'll be totally tubular at Chick-fil-A 1980s Retro Night on Thursday, July 11th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Dodgers. And kids 14 and under receive a Phillies bullpen cart. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-8196. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-8196. 800-505-8196. That's 800-505-8196.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, June 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Mashett, our associate producers. Hopefully all of you had a great and glorious Father's Day weekend. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hoping you, Greg, everybody had a great Father's Day weekend.
It was
Father's
great.
Day yesterday.
How was your birthday?
Great.
Beautiful. Gregory, how are you?
Yes. Could this weekend not have ended? Like, do we need to start another week?
Yes.
Oh, God.
The show must go on. Literally and figuratively.
I just don't like the week.
I don't. Do you have week blindness or time blindness?
If you're watching on YouTube, why does Dawn look like she's floating and Nick and I look like we're
drowning?
Yes.
Well, the greats always rise to the top. So Dawn is.
She was. I mean,
yeah.
like, can we get a little?
Yeah.
Everything seems to be reset here over the weekend.
I know.
Yes. It's unbelievable. Like, look
the
at the shot.
gremlins.
Look at the shot.
I know.
Who looks at this and says that is the shot that we're going to start the show with?
I'm stunned, and I come in, I see a microphone still here.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah.
Like, my monitor's not working. The audio files.
Greg's grumpy this week.
The audio files that we have, that we have all of our stuff stored in, was mysteriously gone this morning.
Yeah.
I just, like, can we check our work, please?
You need to send an email to all people that work on weekends. Producers, hosts.
We barely have any people here on the weekends.
Leave it how you find it.
Thank you.
Return it to where you took it from.
Oh, God. Yes, once again, I hate the week, and I hate the people who come in here on weekends and destroy everything. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
We got a good big take today, as a big take will feature Donald Trump, Caitlin Clark, Stephen A. Smith, and O.J. Simpson. You're not getting that anywhere else, folks.
Man.
Debate rules are set for CNN. We will go through them. Donald Trump goes to the hood. Not my words. And Joe Biden goes straight Hollywood. Those are my words. The corrupt DOJ. Merrick Garland will not face prosecution. Bump stocks in SCOTUS. Second Amendment advocates. We'll have a conversation about that. And Chuck Schumer and cheeseburgers.
You know, did you notice something that whenever Biden is down in the polls or he's struggling a little bit, his Hail Mary pass is always Barack Obama?
Yes.
It's always Barack Obama.
He's the trick play.
Yeah.
He's the go-to gadget that nobody has figured out how to defend, and when in doubt, just go there.
Yep.
Or pander for more money to global 1% Hollywood elitists and do a fundraiser.
Yeah.
As we will get to that this morning. The cut sheet absolutely loaded, and so much more. It's only Monday. We've got 4 more days to go. We'll see if Stocker can make it through the week.
I just can't.
I don't have to worry about it. I'm out of here after tomorrow. I'll be gone for the rest of the week. But I won't be enjoying myself. I'll be loading up a truck and driving a truck from Tennessee through the mountains back to Pennsylvania.
Don't you know Radio 101 is you never tell people when you're going to be away?
I figured most people would throw a celebration.
God.
All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to, but let's get to the news right off the top. Round number 1 at 6:05. The one who's floating on water in the middle of our screens, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Monday morning. Yeah, we are in for quite a heat wave this week. That's expected 68 degrees right now, this Monday morning, June 17th. And we are sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So we know that we have the latest shooting of a teenager, a 17-year-old shot in West Philadelphia. But over the weekend, a lot of violence with 5 teens shot, 1 killed after what police call pop-up gatherings taking place across the city, especially in Fairmount Park. So the first one happened, I believe, Friday night into Saturday. That one happened on the 2400 block of Greenland Drive, right near the Woodford Mansion. They were in the area, the police were in the area of 33rd and Ridge after getting several reports of teens and young adults gathering in these, what they're calling impromptu pop-up parties. Usually these happen with, thanks to social media, that, social media, there's an announcement, hey, go here, and the crowds show up. So police try to proactively disperse those crowds. And at that point, this all started Friday night late. This was the first one. Police hearing gunshots in Fairmount Park. 2 people injured in that one. But overall, we had at least 5 teens shot in those so-called pop-up parties. And then we did have, over the weekend, 2 people injured in a shooting in the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia. That one happened Saturday night about 9:45, 10 o'clock at night. A man and a woman had been shot in their car. We don't actually have much more information than the fact they're listed in stable condition and no arrests, no word yet on what led to that gunfire. So we have that going on. Philadelphia police asking for the public's help in IDing a pair of suspects accused of residential burglary. So these guys are posing as construction workers going door to door. And so in most of these, they target senior citizens and knock at the door. You know, they're dressed appropriately, maybe even have a clipboard. They're posing as a construction worker saying, hey, we're doing some work in the area. And they talk that victim into letting them inside the home.
Wow. That's, diabolical and disgusting, especially with senior citizens.
Yes.
You know, people that are retired and at home and vulnerable. And these guys are showing up like, Bob the Tool Man.
Yeah. And to your point, you think about this week, heat wave, people with windows and, doors open, screen doors. So it's easier to access people who might be sitting out on the porch or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have AC. So they're putting this warning out. There were no threats or force used against the victims in these cases, but they did get away with, one suspect distracts the person, the other one runs upstairs, heads for jewelry, that sort of thing, valuables.
Unbelievable. Wouldn't surprise me if people started showing up as air conditioning repairmen.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
HVAC workers, things like that. Try to throw people off. Next thing you know, they're in there ransacking the joint.
It's a great point. Well, we do have word out, and there is a $11,000 reward being offered for the shoplifter of all shoplifters. They're calling this one the cigarette bandit who stole, actually there are rewards, but they stole more than $11,000 worth of cigarettes. They're offering some rewards by Walgreens on this one, $11,000 in cigarettes. This is the New Linden Hill Road, Wilmington, Delaware, Walgreens.
Wow.
That's a lot of cigarettes.
My man either has a major nicotine addiction or he's trying to resell these on some sort of market.
You could probably get a good, that's a lot of, these days with what cigarettes cost.
Yeah, what do they cost?
I have no idea.
$10 a pack, probably?
I have no idea because the taxes on them are so much.
That's outrageous.
Who still smokes these days?
Yeah, I feel like it's a small percentage, right?
I don't know.
I'd love to find out what the numbers are. I'll go under 30% of Americans. Under 30%. But that does not include vaping.
Oh, it does not include vaping.
Would be my guess.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, we have a town along the Jersey Shore we talked about this in Margate, but obviously down the Jersey Shore, whether it's Wildwood, Ocean City, Sea Isle, over the past couple of weeks since Memorial Day, since all the violence and disruptions broke out, a lot of shore communities trying to deal with the situation. So in this one in Margate, they're trying to get ahead of this issue. Tickets issued to parents or guardians who knowingly leave their children unsupervised. So the city forbids children under the age of 17 from being in public places between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., so overnight basically. And fines, especially if there's an unruly ute, the juveniles, the fines range from $100 to $1,000 and up to 90 days of community service.
Wow, $1,000 will sting the parents for sure. 90 days of community service, that feels like an eternity for a child.
Well, I think the community service is also for the parents.
Oh, good.
They're saying you, the parent, we're holding you accountable.
Good.
So we got that one going on down the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way to control them, right, is to...
We're just entering this territory where parents are now liable for things, right? Like we had that major case in Michigan with the shooting.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope, I think, a little bit.
Agreed.
But in this instance, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean, kids are good at getting away with things and say, "Hey, I'm going over to Johnny's house," and they're really, going out and doing things.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is what happens when you don't enforce the law and you don't have deterrence. You got to do something that deters people from committing these acts.
But what I'm saying is it always the parents' fault?
No.
You know, like
Not
if
always.
if they say that, you know, if their son or daughter says they're going place X and they go to place Y,
right?
Is that their fault? I don't know.
No, I would say no.
But I think I'm glad that this goes to the issue of parental rights. So if I'm going to be consistent, I'm going to say you as the parent, you are responsible for your child.
Agreed.
Now, it depends on, to your point, it depends on the situation. I just think they're trying to get it under control. And for those parents who are vacationing down the shore and they just think, woohoo, you go ahead, kids, you be you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying you will have some level of accountability.
Yeah, rein them in a little bit.
Shaming.
Agreed.
So we got that one. Speaking of shaming, our Phils are coming home. We lost against Baltimore. The Orioles beat us 8-3.
I have a hot take on this.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
So, you know, I look for warning signs everywhere. I'm Debbie Downer. Everybody calls me Debbie Downer.
Right.
But by the way, I'm usually correct. The Philadelphia Phillies have a really hard time beating American League teams.
Ah. Is that a
I'm just saying,
warning sign for this October?
I'm just saying it's going to be interesting to see how they do against the Yankees at the end of next month.
Okay.
But, you know, between the Baltimore Orioles, who are a really good team, the Boston Red Sox, who aren't a good team but are playing well, the Phillies have a hard time beating American League teams.
Yeah.
There I said it.
Yeah. And the Marlins.
Well, what may make a difference as the Phils return home now and are slated up against the Padres, Trey Turner. So Trey Turner returns as a shortstop. Turner is activated from the injured list after missing 38 games with that strained hamstrings, and Phils went 25-13 during that time.
Yeah, 2 out of every 3 for a guy that's making $350 million to sit at home and rest his hammy.
Well, he's injured.
Oh, I know.
What are you going to do?
That's it just goes to show you how good this team is. How many teams could have that record without arguably their best player or second best?
I think my favorite Twitter or social media statement was by Philly Fan Life, who said, not a lip reader, but I think Rob Thompson wished him a happy Father's Day. So Rob Thompson got a little frustrated, got a little ejected, but my favorite was when he said, I'm not a lip reader, but I think Rob Thompson was just trying to, wish the a little bit of a happy Father's Day.
Okay.
They try and managers try and do that when they want to motivate their team a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they're not playing well.
I got to be honest, I didn't pay much attention to the Phillies this weekend. I was too busy cashing my U.S. Open ticket at 20-1 on Bryson DeChambeau and then, playing Trump's course. A lot of golf this weekend for me.
Yeah, we have, by the way, Dawn, we have videos of Nick playing Trump's course.
Nice.
Which we'll get to later in the show.
I tried to keep the paparazzi out, but they weaseled their way in. Those varmint.
And I was glad that the storms held out till late.
Yes.
Oh, boy, that storm, though, Friday night was
that
crazy.
was crazy.
It blew right around the clubhouse at
Really?
Trump's course. You could see it coming, and it just went right around us.
There was a confirmed tornado, right, Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. So we are sponsored. So much Trump news with Trump coming to Philadelphia this week.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that update. Never mind.
To Nick Kayal's alma mater.
Temple. The
right?
Leah Chorus Center.
Right?
I haven't stepped foot in that building since I graduated in 06.
So Discover Lancaster, thank you for sponsoring us. Discover more of Lancaster. Pack the family in for some farm fun at the opening weekend of Cherry Crest Adventures Farm in Lancaster County. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. Speaking of 90, we're supposed to hit 90 today, and that'll feel cool compared to the heat wave expected. 93 tomorrow, 92 for your Tuesday, and later in the week setting records, 96 up to 98 degrees this week. So it's going to be a hot one. Stay cool.
I'm looking forward to lugging around couches when I come back with a truck in 98-degree
that's
heat.
right. Sorry.
I'll be begging to be a part of the cut sheet.
There's a heat dome. There's a heat dome that is going to put itself over the Northeast just in time for Nick Kayal to bring his family finally after almost What, 2 years?
Yeah. I saw a station in Phoenix is looking for a morning guy. Hey, Kristen, I'll see you in 21 months.
Well, thank you to Discover Lancaster for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15, let's kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
It's brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take this morning, race in America. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, since the beginning of time, there has been racism and hatred towards people of other backgrounds. But over the course of time, however, things have gotten significantly better. In fact, as of 2019, race relations in America were at an all-time high, per a Gallup poll that revealed 72% of Americans thought race relations were, quote, pretty good in the United States. And then enter George Floyd. Then enter the Biden administration. An opportunity for the left to revert back to page one of their playbook, fear. And this is nothing new. Race hustlers have always been selling division and distraction as they line their pockets with green. From Al Sharpton to Jamel Hill. The industry is alive and well as the Democrats love to sell racism and bigotry and phobias and fear because, well, they don't have any policies to campaign on other than abortion. Climate change, fear-driven. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, fear-driven. Student loan bailouts, emotionally driven. Donald Trump, straight white men, Catholics, Christians, they are the boogeyman for progressives and left-wingers. But make no mistake about it, Democrats in politics right now are full of fear. Today, nothing they are doing is working. Career political advisors such as James Carville and David Axelrod perplexed at the polls. Nothing is sticking. But when we talk about fear and racism, the culprits since October 7th have been the far left. Hamas started this when they slaughtered innocent Jews. Ivy League schools, college students, and progressives are the ones routinely displaying anti-Semitism. And when it pertains to a goat, an outlier, and a straight white female, Caitlin Clark is on the receiving end of hatred from the left. The greatest scorer in the history of college basketball, men's or women's, has been vilified and targeted for over 2 months by mainstream media as well as WNBA players who are predominantly African American and lesbian. What she has said is hardly anything, but what she has had to endure, that's deplorable. And yes, I use that word for a reason, and you know why. But what Stephen A. Smith had to say at the end of last week on ESPN took it to another level. And we'll get to what he said in a moment. But let's get back to the title of today's Big Take for a moment. Race in America. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Today is June 17th. 30 years ago today, June 17th, 1994, was the infamous O.J. Simpson Bronco chase down the interstate in Los Angeles. And that case was open and shut, but it had everything. Hollywood, sex, drugs, sports, sadly, domestic violence, tragically, murder, media sensationalism, and of course, race. O.J. got off because of the race card. Johnny Cochran and the prior L.A. riots after the horrific beating that Rodney King took. Here was a CNN documentary on the racial component of the O.J. Simpson trial. Listen and watch this clip.
Deliberations begin. You don't go back in time. The tension surrounding the trial is transparent, and a clear racial division emerges.
This idea of race was something that the defense wanted out there. They wanted that in the dialogue because it benefited them.
2/3 of Americans think O.J. is guilty. 77% of whites think he's guilty. 72% of blacks think he's innocent.
Based upon the way this case was going, along racial lines by the end of the case, that if you had a videotape confession and even videotape of the murder, you'd have people say, I don't believe that tape was doctored. That's how bad it got.
The defense wanted race to be a part of the conversation. Democrats today always want race to be a part of the conversation. And think about that with the O.J. trial. 77% of white people thought O.J. did it. I'd like to talk to the 23% that did not. And 72% of black people thought that O.J. did not do it. I would also like to chat to the other 28% that thought he was not guilty. And fast forward 30 years later, and race relations are being manipulated and abused by the far left and the mainstream media. It's just rebranded now as the culture wars. Stephen A. Smith of ESPN loves to go beyond sports and dabble in politics, and occasionally he'll say stuff when it comes to politics or the social arena that I agree with. But he has been critical of Biden and the Democrats. He's also acknowledged Donald Trump's success in his first term. But for every one thing that he says that I agree with, he says 3 or 4 other things that I do not agree with. Like what he had to say on Friday on ESPN about Donald Trump and MAGA when it pertains to Caitlin Clark in the WNBA. Listen and watch this clip.
If you're white, you're bright, you're right, and as a result, the shine comes your way in the eyes of a lot of people in America. Let's transition. Very uncomfortable to touch on, but just factually correct. You have somebody that's a presidential candidate. What is his claim to fame? Make America great again. What have people interpreted that to mean? Make America white again.
You've got to be kidding me. We've reached this point. First of all, right off the top here, lumping in Caitlin Clark with Donald Trump, not necessary, nor is it relevant. Hell, nobody even knows what Caitlin Clark's political views are. To me, this is racism, this is stereotyping, this is hypocrisy personified by the left. And I thought the left was the party that says, don't judge, be inclusive, etc., etc. For all we know, Caitlin Clark could be a progressive left-wing lunatic. But let me get down to the meat of that clip. MAGA, make America great again. Or, as Stephen A. was implying, make America white again. And then he'll backpedal and say, I didn't say it. I was referring to what other people imply. Let me educate Stephen A. Smith. The MAGA movement, as Dawn says, was not created by Donald Trump. He answered the call. He answered the movement. Making America great again is basically Ronald Reagan rebooted 35 years later. We as a movement want America first. Instead of spending billions on wars and funding Ukraine, we want our nation taken care of first and foremost. We don't want to be the global police anymore. We want a secure border where people cannot enter illegally with sinister intentions, such as terrorists. Do we have to go back to the ISIS story last week in Philly, New York, and LA? What about the cartels? Gang members like MS-13, fentanyl, and people that can rape, kill, or drug legal, tax-paying citizens of this country. We want our economy to boom. We want manufacturing jobs brought back to America, not outsourced to other nations. We want lower taxes, capitalism, not socialism. We want merit to guide the way, not who you sleep with or how you identify. We want less government. We want our constitutional rights protected, not slowly stripped away. And we don't want to be the you-know-what to China. So if all of that equates to making America white again, then I can't help you. So what's next, Stephen A.? What stupid remark will we say this week? Perhaps you'll say you'll be imprisoned like Rachel Maddow or AOC or Brian Stelter. You're smarter than that. And your comments, in my opinion, are reprehensible, but expected because you're afraid. Just like James Carville, just like David Axelrod, and all the other hosts on MSNBC, CNN, and ESPN losing their mind because Donald Trump might have gone from 9% of the black vote to 15%. Oh my God, the humanity. The playbook on finishing off Trump to this date on June 17th has not worked. And maybe it will by November 5th. But right now, nothing the Democrats are doing is working. But using Caitlin Clark as a political pawn to push a narrative that Caitlin Clark fans are Trump fans and are racist, no matter the fact is, here's the bottom line. Since October 7th, it is your side of the aisle that has shown racist colors, from Jewish civilians and students to an outlier in basketball who is nothing but the best of all time. And hatred has been oozing out of the pores of the left. And why? Because Jewish people and Caitlin Clark, they kind of look the same, right? They both look white, so it's acceptable. Here's Bill Maher and Charlemagne the God on Friday night talking about the hatred towards Caitlin Clark and being pulled into these culture wars. Listen and watch this.
But you don't think it's a problem that this young woman, there's so many examples where, I mean, black people are very marketable.
Well, ask yourself
and
this.
She seems to have been indoctrinated into this. They don't see it as marketable, so it doesn't matter how hard I work.
Well,
I don't think that's accurate or healthy. I mean, when people come into the league and they're like the biggest thing in college, isn't that a big deal?
No, because Asia Wilson was the biggest thing when she came out of South Carolina. That's where I'm from. So she was one of the biggest things when she came out of South Carolina, #1 draft pick. And she didn't get all of that. So what do you attribute that to?
I mean, you're saying that's racism.
No, I'm not saying it's racist. I'm just saying that I think Asia Wilson has a point. And I think sometimes when, black women say certain things, we should listen, especially her, because I'm not in her shoes.
I don't know. But why was Serena Williams such a big star? Because people like that. They didn't not watch her because she was black, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So where are we with this?
I don't know. I'm just sitting back observing the conversation, but I do think...
Well, you're in the conversation. What do you mean?
I'm not a woman.
You're in this conversation.
Now he's just observing the conversation. Let me explain it one last time. Asia Wilson, Angel Reese, you are very good. In fact, you might be great. But there's only one GOAT. There's only one greatest of all time. It's Caitlin Clark. She has scored more points in the history of the sport than anybody, male or female. See how simple that was? But kudos to Clark, who has taken the high road, saying, quote, "It's not something I can control, and to be honest, I don't see a lot of it. People can talk about what they want to talk about. I'm just here to play basketball. Like I said, basketball is my job. Everything on the outside I can't control, so I am not going to spend time thinking about it," which is incredibly well said. But the left, much like with Trump, Caitlin can't seem to stop thinking about you as you and Donald Trump live rent-free in their heads. It's 2024, and when it pertains to the left and race, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by United Tire. If you drive a car and you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, we'll get your car to United Tire and Service today. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll get to a lot of stuff with Biden and Trump from the weekend. The debate rules are set. Donald Trump in Detroit, Joe Biden in Los Angeles. As we continue Monday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at CozyJewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Attention hot tub enthusiasts, soak in the relaxation at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. For a limited time only, get 0% financing for 60 months on the Philly Special $735 hot tub for as little as $100 a month. And indulge in our Hot Spring Grandy models starting at just $250 a month. Plus, get free Freshwater IQ Smart Monitoring System and Salt System. Visit us for $500 off all smart top covers and 20% off all Spa Frog products. Hurry, offers end June 28th. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs today. Subject to credit approval, see store for details.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Why shop at Gerhardt's Appliances? Since 1945, we've been the local appliance store known for our package deals, exclusive rebates, and personalized customer service. We have laundry pairs starting at $8.99, 4-piece stainless steel kitchen packages from $14.99, and free local shipping over $3.99. We service what we sell. We give back to our community and yours. So shop small and save big. Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of Philly's kitchen for over 75 years.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company live here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer is a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. So it was a very busy weekend for Joe Biden and Donald Trump. A bunch of stuff to hit on here as we conclude the 6 o'clock hour this morning. But I want to start with, before we get to each guy specifically, Trump in Detroit, Biden in Los Angeles, the rules are officially set for the CNN debate. And I found this to be pretty fascinating because we already know that they're doing everything they can to make it as accommodating as possible for Joe Biden. But now everything is officially set. So as we know, we're just about 10 days out. It's coming up next Thursday, June 27th on CNN, live from Atlanta, Georgia. Jake Tapper, or as Trump would say, Fake Tapper, and Dana Bash will be in Atlanta to be the moderators. And the format is as follows. This is according to CNN's website if you want to read the finalized and updated rules. It'll be a 90-minute debate, which will include 2 commercial breaks, according to the network, and campaign staff may not interact with their candidate during that time. So over the course of those 90 minutes, as Joe Biden is going through the debate, if they go to a commercial, Biden's cut man can't come into the ring, sponge him down, and rinse out his mouthpiece. All right, that's right off the top. Both candidates have agreed to appear at a uniform podium, and their podium positions will be determined by a coin flip. Microphones will be muted throughout the debate, except for the candidate whose turn it is to speak. While no props or pre-written notes will be allowed on the stage, candidates will be given a pen, a pad of paper, and a bottle of water. So we know Trump doesn't really need any of those materials or objects, but they're going to give Joe a pen, a paper, and an Aquafina. Some aspects of the debate, including the absence of a studio audience, will be a departure from the previous debates. But as in the past, the moderators, quote, will use all tools at their disposal to enforce timing and ensure a civilized discussion. Something tells me that'll be the moment where they just go off on Trump and give Biden the benefit of the doubt. In order to meet the qualifications for the debate, candidates must satisfy the required requirements outlined in Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. Both Biden and Trump meet those requirements, as do RFK Jr., Cornel West, and Jill Stein. Participants must also file a formal statement of candidacy to the Federal Election Commission. All 5 have done so. But here is the big thing for RFK Jr. According to CNN's rules, you must be showing up in 4 separate national polls of credibility with at least 15% polling. And those requirements for the reporting of the polling, you have to be at 15% in 4 of the following: CNN, ABC News, CBS News, Fox News, Marquette University Law School, Monmouth, NBC News, the New York Times Siena College, NPR Marist, Quinnipiac, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post. Though not impossible for Kennedy's case, it's likely that the candidates other than Biden and Trump will not meet these requirements. RFK Jr. is sitting at about 15% in 3 of these qualifying polls, but currently only on the ballot. And we've talked a lot about this in the last couple of months. Will he get on enough ballots for states? He's only on in 6 states, which makes him currently eligible for only 89 electoral college votes. As you know, the magic number is 270. So when you go through these rules and you rattle them off the way I did, is it me, or is this merely the most insulated, protected environment that you can have Joe Biden possibly in? And this is one of those ones where I think you're going to have Trump being Trump, but it's so set up to favor Biden that the moment Trump acts like Trump, which he will, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, it's going to be labeled Trump trying to bulldoze Joe Biden. That's my initial takeaway and impression from these rules. Anything that stands out to you, Dawn?
2 things. Number one, never in the history of the United States of America have we seen a debate this early, obviously, before the conventions, before they're even the official candidate. And so that one, and the time of 9 p.m. Eastern time, this is a live debate, not before a live audience that we've talked about. But to me, I still think that the Democrats want to see how well he does, how well Biden does. And if he can, this gives them time to reboot if they need to.
Mm-hmm.
Because at this point, they're saying, look, we've given him every advantage. We've bent over backwards. But the 9 o'clock at night time, he's best, I would say, early afternoon.
Between noon and 4?
Yeah.
when
I'm not kidding.
When he has things on his schedule?
But look at over the weekend with Obama. I mean, that was, at some point, it just, you just cringe when you see Obama has to kind of take him by the hand, and it's just like, you cringe at this. And so are Democrats teeing him up to take him out?
I mean, a lot of people were talking about that clip of him in L.A. where he kind of froze up for a couple of seconds, and then Obama had to grab his hand. I mean, really, it was no different, except for the fact that he wasn't wandering off. It was no different than the fact when he was just in Italy a few days ago at the G7. Yeah. It's more of these moments. But you're right. Think about the timing. June 27th compared to the convention in August. It gives them roughly 6-7 weeks. If this goes terrible, not only from an optics standpoint, but from a polling standpoint, if his approval rating and his net favorability goes even further. But I would say this. Here's one thing where I disagree with, and I don't think you were just being adamant about anything specifically, but you said he's at his best from noon to 4. I would argue Joe Biden, and it's not to say he's at his best, it's when he's at his most lively, is in these primetime settings where the assumption, the allegations are that he's been hopped up on something. Because we've seen him at, the G7. We've seen him in Italy. We've seen him in France. We've seen him poop his pants, allegedly. By the way, that rhymed. But at nighttime, when he gives these big national speeches, the State of the Union, and he's on all the different networks, and it's a very short period where, hey, Joe, I need you for 60 minutes to be dialed in tonight. I need you out there showing energy, and I need you shouting, and I need a little of anger from you, and, do what you do. I mean, what we have seen, what we have been told, this guy he's the life of the party behind the scenes. He's full of vigor. He's sharp as a tack. Every time we see him in public, he's bumbling and bumbling and stammering around. But it's these, especially, and here's the other thing. With the crowd, with a live debate with an audience, there could be moments that derail him, trip him up, or drown him out. Now, he's going to be in basically a library, so to speak. There's going to be no noise, and it's going to be distraction-free. If he can't get through 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks, how's he going to get through another 4 years? That's the thing that I think you have to realize, and I think Trump needs to come out swinging and really take the fight to him right off of Jump Street. Don't let him get comfortable. I would actually encourage Trump to be as argumentative and combative as possible. And I know they're going to mute microphones and things like that. But I would not I don't think the proper advice is for Trump to show decorum in this setting.
I disagree.
Really? With everything he's been put through, attacked, because they're already running these ads state to state across the country with convicted criminal. I think he's fighting for his life. I would come out and take the fight to him, fire with fire.
I think that he can do all of that while being respectful. And even if Joe Biden, whatever's going on with Biden, and they engage, just almost act like you feel sorry for him.
Really?
Yep. Because
buy into the sympathy?
Because if you let Biden go,
yeah,
and this was that one horrible debate that they went back and forth, and I just remember it was like 2 old guys going, "You clown! No, you're a clown." And Trump kept interrupting him.
Well, they are 2 old guys.
And but the problem was, if you let Biden go and speak more than one sentence, watch what happens.
Mm-hmm.
He loses his train of thought.
Oh, yeah.
He says something that you either cannot understand what he's saying, or then he starts mixing up. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know who he's talking about. So I would say with Trump, he can still be strong and talk about the issues that obviously he has been the most successful at during his presidency. But I think that if he shows the decorum and respect, I think it will be much more effective. They're banking on him as far as being combative and not getting into the issues.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Joe Biden in Hollywood with the 1% elitists. Donald Trump in the hood. We'll get to those stories as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Well, we already took our summer road trip over the weekend. Okay, it was in Lancaster, PA for the Junior Olympics qualifiers, but still, I mean, we're kicking off summer road trip season. And do you know, though, if your vehicle is road ready, road trip ready, you got to make sure. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help make sure you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance needs, but also diagnose possible issues before they occur. Just schedule a service appointment online today. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com for that dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, PIA, ZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Something amazing is happening in video conferencing. People are showing up in big ways. That's because CDW is building collaborative and connected video and audio environments with HP Poly. With Noise Block AI to silence distractions and group framing to highlight speakers, everyone on your team gets to shine. Make amazing happen. HP Poly and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/poly.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit NJDiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Summer savings at Hessert Chevrolet. We're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9 APR for 72 months, up to $4,500 off MSRP, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. Don't miss out on these special offers here at Hessert Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevrolet.com today.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
This summer's temperatures are getting hot, hot, hot. Luckily, Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating is here to help keep you cool. Right now, get $50 off same-day AC repair. Or go ahead and upgrade that old unit and save up to $3,700 toward a new full home comfort system. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need service today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
Calling unlimited in town. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing you. Ladies and gentlemen, now introducing you.
It is Kayal and Company 650 as we get ready to wrap up hour number one here on this Monday. The music playlist, once again, courtesy of Linda Kearns, Attorney at Law, LLC, the law offices of Linda Kearns, who just keeps donating thousands and thousands of dollars to great causes. And oh, by the way, to keep Stalker triggered a little bit as well. What is the theme this week?
No theme. We'll start off with Graceland from Paul McCartney.
Okay.
Paul Simon, which is a tribute to Elvis. And this is a little G-Love, which I haven't heard in years.
Okay.
I-76.
There you go.
From Philly.
One day soon, Stalker will have the music back. But until then,
hey, I'm
the money coming.
I'm willing to give it up as long as people keep donating to GregStalkerSucks.com for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yes. And by the way, I want to mention and give a shout out. Speaking of GregStalkerSucks.com.
Thank you.
Got a tweet last night. So we just pull this up real quick from one of our great listeners and also one of our Twitter contributors, Manrico T19403.
Yes.
Sent a tweet last night. He said... He said, thanks for the suggestion regarding DeChambeau on Wednesday's show for the U.S. Open. I took your suggestion and placed a small wager on him, and with the win, I sent 50% of the winnings to the bike ride via GregStalkerSucks.com. Thanks for your astuteness, and I'm happy to split the winnings for a good cause.
Nice.
Yeah.
So he won because of your tip on...
Yeah, I think he heard your FanDuel read on Wednesday when you brought me into the read and asked me who I was picking.
Exactly.
And I gave you DeChambeau.
Yep.
Which, FanDuel wants to throw me about 5% of that for that contribution for a live read that's not mine, by all means. 855-839-1210. I kid. Let me wrap up here with Ed in Delran. Go ahead, Ed. Give us the catchphrase right off the top. Go ahead. Say it.
Are you better off? Let's ask the Ronald Reagan question. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Name your category, and I'll tell you if you're better off or not. So here we go. By the way, I just
4 years
say
ago
you
COVID,
personally,
so
Nick,
not.
I hope you had a happy Father's Day over the weekend if you're a dad.
He's just bulldozing, so it's fine.
Go ahead, Ed.
I mean, 4 years ago was COVID, so we can't sit here and say you were better off 4 years ago because you weren't, because it was COVID.
So we go 2018, 2019? 6 years ago, is that better?
Okay, but I'm just saying you can't say 4 years ago because 4 years ago was COVID.
Okay, 2 years.
2 years.
All right, you got me.
Okay, thank you.
Are you better off?
Pick your year, Ed, minus 2020.
Are you better off with Biden?
Well, that
freaking way. The guy's a clown show and belongs in a nursing home.
What else you got, Ed?
What else do I got?
Yeah.
I got the fact that, let's see, he's caused inflation. He screwed up the border.
Yeah.
He's got the worst foreign policy. We got wars all over the Middle East. Our enemies think we're a joke. Come on, let's go on and on all day with this.
No, I know that, Ed. I'm just wondering what else you have, because on my screener it says you wanted to talk about Murphy as well.
Oh, yeah, Meathead, a guy that says and when he ain't even going to be in office in 2028, he outlaws diesel car and trucks, so he don't even get the credit for it. That'll put every car and truck dealership out of business in New Jersey. How in the world is anybody going to get parts for anything with gas or oil?
Yeah.
Or diesel?
I agree. Ed, appreciate the call and the passion, as always. Just exclude 2020. Stalker, that Stalker's head popped up.
Here's what I'm saying. Is if the talking point is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? You're not. So they need to. There's so many. Ed named a bunch of different things that they can run on.
Yep.
Don't do the. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Because it's a trap and it's easy for them to say, no, you weren't.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, valid. 855-839-1210 if you want to get in. We got to get to Hollywood and Detroit. I didn't want to rush through these two stories because I noticed something over the weekend. I had a great conversation with my wife's uncle yesterday about party realignment, what the Democrats now consist of and what the Republican Party consists of. And also something that really stood out to me Friday when I pulled into Trump National Philadelphia for a round of golf and what I observed. It might not be what you expect. and this will go into our stories with Biden in L.A. and Trump in Detroit. And I'll put that together, and we'll connect all the dots in hour number 2. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus Bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Time
game. Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Wash away my troubles, wash away my pain, with the rain and Shambhala.
7:01, hour number 2 underway here on this Monday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Before you know it, debate will be here next Thursday. A lot of good stuff coming up. We've got the RNC in July, DNC in August. Really no slow days. No slow days at all. Full speed ahead. We've got so many good stories to get to as well. SCOTUS and bump stocks. A Trump-era ban gets reversed. And also an unbelievable, horrific shooting in Michigan that we're going to tie these two stories together with. And also some news dumps from Friday as Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, will not be prosecuted. And Biden's ghostwriter deletes the audio recordings where Joe was basically bragging of having classified documents. I'll tell you what, man, the amount of things that get deleted on the left, whether they're audio recordings or emails, certainly is interesting, isn't it? We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. And by the way, Chuck Schumer getting barbecued yesterday. Pun intended, oh, by the way, for putting cheese on a burger that was raw before he finished even grilling burgers. We got to get to this because the post was deleted, and this just goes to show you, I think, really, really how out of touch some of these elitists are that are working for us here, apparently, in this country on our tax dollars. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And we are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. So we're at 69 degrees right now with a record-setting heat wave expected this week. So I'll tell you what's in store. The heat advisories on the way for us here in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what's happening as Philadelphia police are saying that a drag racing incident led to a crash that seriously injured a driver. This is in the Busselton section of Philadelphia, 1100 block of Welsh Road. Early this morning, in the wee hours of this morning, a heavily damaged Corvette was seen on the side of the road. Police say they're searching for that second vehicle involved in the crash, but they say they don't have that description quite yet, and they're checking the area for possible cameras that may have captured some of this racing incident. As we see this time and time again, especially over the weekend and Sunday into Monday, these car races and drag racing incidents. In this one, they have rushed a seriously injured driver to the hospital.
I swear that's becoming like a theme and a trend again. I know I've mentioned this in the past. I thought that was something that was kind of a trend when I was in high school and college. Now you got all these gatherings again. The youths are really gathering today. Yeah, you notice that? They don't leave the house too often, but when they do, they show up in groups of 500.
And they have nice cars, and they apparently don't mind the gas prices.
Apparently. I'm doing something wrong. I saw $3.57 a gallon yesterday. I started fist pumping. I was like, all right, it's down a couple of cents.
Well, in Philadelphia, we also have the parents of one of the many teenagers shot over the weekend. Her parents are speaking out, and the entire family says they're seeking answers after police say the 17-year-old victim, whose parents later identified her as Cece Stanley, she was fatally shot during that incident in Fairmount Park on Friday. In all, 5 teens were shot and 1 killed, and the one who was killed was Cece Stanley, who I just mentioned, but 5 shot over the weekend. I know another 17-year-old was just shot last night into this morning, a 17-year-old, that one in West Philadelphia. But I'm talking about the Fairmount Park shootings where we had these so-called pop-ups that Nick was just referring to. They meet on social media, and we've seen this as a problem, especially on the Temple campus, for example, those pop-ups where you might see 100 to 500 teenagers and kids just showing up in waves, and then police are trying to react and disperse those crowds. And that was what was happening over the weekend, keeping police very busy. But then at some point they would hear shots fired, or get the reports of shots fired. They're trying to keep these kids safe and become, in essence, babysitters,
right,
if you will.
I know it's not your phrase, it's not your wording, but pop-up shootings, or what was the term that they're using in the headlines now? Because if I recall correctly, isn't a mass shooting two to three people or more that are being shot? Well, I love how we frame these as something other than a mass shooting. No, they're mass shootings. But it seems like mass shooting only gets applied to certain specific shootings when certain criteria is met by the gatekeepers of information in the media.
Yeah,
you notice that?
Well put. That's very well put by you, because by all accounts, what they're saying is that these kids, they were the smallest crowd I see is about 100. Some of them 500.
Oh, it's just a pop-up shooting. Yeah, it's like a pop-up shower in Florida. It just comes and goes. Be gone in 5 minutes.
Now, Dayside, we did have the Juneteenth festival and parade. That actually happened over the weekend with our mayor, Sherelle Parker. She was the grand marshal. That was yesterday. So the big parade that in Philadelphia, it was advertised as the largest Juneteenth parade in the nation, actually happening yesterday and over the weekend. So we'll watch for what's going on Wednesday, where all the city offices are obviously closed here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, they invited me to be the keynote speaker, but I had prior obligations, so I couldn't make it.
We have to work, but if you're a city employee, for example, or federal, it's a federal holiday now.
Yeah.
So
more days off. More
Yeah.
days off. Yeah.
Exactly. We talked this morning, so I'll just headline this one. But Philadelphia police putting out the word as far as 2 suspects going door to door, posing as construction workers or helpful fix-it guys, and that they have a construction company and that they're trying to help the public. In fact, that's not the case. These are burglars who have a way with words. So they apparently have an appearance that's very professional, talking their way into the homes, especially of senior citizens. And then while one distracts the person, the other one is heading for the jewelry box or that sort of thing, the master bedroom, if you will, and burglarizing them. So they're just putting out that warning. If somebody knocks on your door or comes up on the porch, please do not let them in your home.
If they have a way with words, they could be more productive in society. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking for another writer for the Big Take. I could add them to the staff instead of burglarizing old people's homes.
Staff
Come on,
writing
man.
Job. I used to be a Philadelphia con man burglar, but now I'm helping Nick Kayal
With the Big Take.
So we've talked about the Jersey Shore. I don't hear of the unruly situations that we just talked about in Philadelphia, but that we've also talked about down the Jersey Shore. So Ocean City, Wildwood, after Memorial Day weekend, that huge crackdown. And now we're talking about Margate City getting ahead of the issue and issuing these tickets to parents, $100 to $1,000, 90-day public service. And that one is Margate officials hope will make sure that parents or guardians step up, that when they leave their children who they are legally responsible for and they just let them free and wild over the weekend, the parents and the guardians are going to pay.
Okay. Yeah. As we said, some parents need to be held responsible for this, but it is a slippery slope. Like, I was thinking about this. If your son or daughter says they're going to A and they end up at B, is that the parent's fault? I don't think so. But in some of these other drastic situations where, the warning signs are out there and there's all sorts of red flags when your child is a threat or a danger, your child might be on, mental health medication, like some of the more extreme stories, like the one we talked about in Michigan,
Yes.
where both mom and dad got prosecuted for that kid doing the school shooting. Like some of these things, some of these parents should be liable because you didn't do enough when you could have.
Yeah. And I think part of this, Nick, to your point, is that the laws have been changed. And that's what the police union, many of these mayors and leaders and lawmakers within the municipalities are saying that the way that the laws are written under the guidance and leadership of Governor Phil Murphy, he has in essence handcuffed police from doing what they always did with community policing. So generally speaking, the police could call the parents, have a conversation, and that's really at the heart of the community policing.
Mm-hmm.
So my take on what they're trying to do down the shore is get around the law and find loopholes. So if your 17 or under kid is caught, they're going to say, parents or guardians, you must come to the police station, pick up your kid. Then they can engage. At that point, they're allowed legally to have the conversation with the family.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that's really what they're after, is engaging with the parents.
Mm-hmm.
That's my read on it. But I did want to highlight for you, we've talked a lot about Swarthmore. Was set to become Pennsylvania's first ever municipality to ban those the gas-powered lawn equipment, particularly leaf blowers. And the trimmers, the hedge, the string trimmers, as a part against, as in their battle against climate change.
Right.
So now the ordinance has been delayed for at least 1 month, as the Borough Council does face pushback, not just from residents, but also landscaping business owners who say that the ban would lead to, all of the dirty equipment that would have to be disposed of. What do we do with all of these gas-powered leaf blowers and that sort of thing?
Well, I mean, let's think about the hypocrisy for a moment. So Jill Biden can fly from France back to Wilmington to see Hunter and his trial in a private chartered flight, a Boeing C-32. But Dawn Stensland can't use her gas-powered leaf blower on the weekend in the backyard. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
So if they approve this in the coming months, it will become the first in Pennsylvania to do so. More than 100 other communities across the nation have already passed laws to restrict or ban this equipment, but not in Pennsylvania. In New Jersey, across the river, several have. Maplewood, Essex County. And so this one is one to watch for Pennsylvania.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I did landscaping for about 6 weeks during the summer of 2020 in the pandemic when I needed to get a part-time job. And I mean, the landscaping industry would be just totally crippled if they had to get rid of all of that equipment, leaf blowers, gas-powered lawnmowers, the riding tractors, to go electric. A lot of these local landscapers that have, crews of 4 or 5 people that are living paycheck to paycheck but grinding out and making some decent change, they'd be screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in the community, wait until you think of Swarthmore. So wait until the landscaping companies tell people, your regular lawn service, oh, sorry, I can't do that service for you anymore. We're not allowed to operate in your municipality.
Mm-hmm.
And then wait for that one, right?
For sure.
We are headed for this heat wave. So 69 degrees right now, record-setting heat wave expected this week. So heads up if you haven't heard. So today, the heat wave officially is set to begin this afternoon with a high of 91 degrees within the city of Philadelphia. But if we look at the surrounding suburbs, South Jersey, you're going to stay in the upper 80s, even though it's going to be like 89 degrees. Tonight, we do cool down to 69 degrees, but tomorrow, the heat advisory issued because the heat indices will be near 100. So with the humidity and everything, it's going to feel like it's 100 degrees. So mostly sunny tomorrow, hot, humid, the high of 96 degrees, which matches the record set back in 1957 of 96 degrees. So we go back to 1957. Then Wednesday, Juneteenth, the excessive heat watch begins. Partly sunny, still hot, mid-90s there. Thursday, partly sunny, extremely hot, and the record is 98 degrees, set back in 1931. We don't know if we'll see 98. We are set right now for 96. And then Friday, sun and clouds, very hot and humid, high of 98, feeling as if it's 105 degrees. And that'll take us into the weekend. still in the upper 90s. Maybe finally on Sunday, a stray thunderstorm will cool us down to 94.
Cool us down to 94.
By the way, good day to cool off. Go to Wildwood on Friday from noon to 3. Dom Giordano will be down there at Mulligan's Shore Bar.
Nice.
And then 3 to 7, Rich Zioli will be at the Grand Hotel in Cape May doing a live broadcast. So it will always be cooler at the shore. So what a perfect day to be a little cooler and hang out with all the good folks on 1210 WPHT.
Yeah. And before you go down and take part in all of that, with the hot weather this week, great day, great week to train for the bike ride.
Yep.
Start getting the legs going, start sweating a little bit. You know, bendtoshore.org, GregStuckerSucks.com.
Thank you.
David Gelman Law Firm, GelmanLawFirm.com for our sponsor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Train and then cool off.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
definitely.
It's a good day.
And then we'll heat up again for Trump in Philadelphia, Leocora Center. We'll talk about that this morning. We are sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Take advantage. AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation's AC Tune-Up Special. Listeners, you receive a full 15% off your maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Call AMC today or go to amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. It's going to be hot, 91 degrees for our Phils this evening. What are we, 640 against the Padres?
Yep.
So Trey Turner is back. So it's still going to be, by the start of the Phils game, believe it or not, it's still going to be 91 degrees. So wear your tank tops, please.
God.
Woo!
Sweating through your ball cap.
You have me hanging there with the
ball
cap.
Come on, let's get our minds out of the gutter, people. Come on, the weekend's over. Decorum. It's the motto we live by on this program.
Woo! Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet in less than 30 minutes, and we're going to get into this weekend that was, because we've talked about party realignment in the past. A lot of observations to further show you just how true it is. Kayal and Company, as we continue, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, for the most valuable 60 seconds on this program. FanDuel Sportsbook, where if you were listening last week, Nick Kayal gave you a good pick with Bryson DeChambeau. I picked the Celtics. It's good. Nick, do you have any picks for who's going to hit a home run tonight? Tomorrow night, actually, Dinger Tuesday. Do you have any picks for the Philadelphia Phillies? Trey Turner, maybe Bryce Harper.
What's Castellanos? You have odds on him?
Castellanos. Ooh. Schwarber's higher than him. I don't see Castellanos on here.
No, it is June. It's Schwarber month. Give me the Schwarbomb.
Okay, I like that. If you want to take Kyle Schwarber. For Dinger Tuesdays, you can swing for the fences this MLB season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. With Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during the game. Just all you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hugs from patients like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
My name is Taylor, and this is my second year at Insight PA Summer Charter School. Insight PA is more than just high school. Insight also specializes in career readiness to help me choose a pathway for the future. Whether it's business, nursing, technology, or even esports, Insight PA has the hands-on training and internship opportunities to help me choose the right career. The students and staff are amazing, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this community.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
It feels great relaxing at home.
You know what feels even better? Turning our home into a big piggy bank with a fixed-rate home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union. Rates are as low as 5.99% APR. We can get the cash we need for a new car, the kids' tuition, a kitchen remodel.
You're right.
Of course I'm right.
Get details and apply online at firstharvestcu.com/home equity. Membership restrictions apply. Rate based on individual credit analysis is accurate as of May 1st, 2024 and subject to change. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you have a fear of the dentist, you're not alone. My friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is known for helping you overcome your fear and anxiety. Patients have come to Dr. Bentz from all over Pennsylvania, South Jersey, some even farther from New York, Florida, even Washington State. One of our listeners have been putting off much-needed dental work, get this, for 8 years due to fear and anxiety. After hearing me talk about how great Dr. Bentz was with fearful patients, she reached out, made an appointment, traveling from Ocean City, New Jersey to East Norriton just for Dr. Bentz. She still comes back for routine care. That's how good Dr. Bentz and his entire staff are. They go out of their way to help your fear and anxiety. Now's the time to call Dr. Robert Bentz, the Bentz Dental Group. See the Bentz difference. Make that appointment today. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949.
A tasty new game is coming your way. Test your skills in Kirby's Quick Run at Tastykake.com. Help Kirby the Crimpet collect all of the Tasty Cake treats. Play now to enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win exclusive prizes. Increase your chances of winning by playing every day. And don't forget to celebrate National Crimpet Day on July 7th by snagging some limited edition confetti crimpets in stores now. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Love to you was never second best. I saw the world rushing all around your face.
7:25 Monday morning as we continue Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes. Oh man, is it juicy. Obama, Byron Donalds, Tim Scott, Tom Cotton, Laura Trump, a couple of characters from The View. Woo-hoo. Saw this last night. I was like, all right, let's fire it up. 7:45 can't come soon enough. But I thought was interesting, you know, we talk a lot about polls and what the Democrat Party is like today, what the Republican Party is like today, you know, the phasing out or at least the hope of pushing away from old guard Republican politics and, you know, not wanting any rhinos and moderates that keep voting Democrat, like our buddy Ken Buck and a few others in elected position. But I thought it was very interesting, and I saw it firsthand on Friday. I want you to think about this for a moment. So I'm going into, I believe it's technically Pine Hill, New Jersey, but you go through Clementon, New Jersey, rough area. All of a sudden, here's a gate, Trump National, Philadelphia, private. Big gate, secluded area, in the woods, tree lined everywhere. And I go in there, and of course, one of our great listeners, Ed Leo, invited me to play on his dime as a member of Trump. And I get in there, and I pull up through the winding road, and I get to the parking lot, and I see a bunch of trucks. I don't see a bunch of Mercedes-Benz. I don't see a bunch of BMWs and Audis and high-end vehicles. And Ed had told me it's a very laid-back atmosphere, very working class. It's not a stuffy place. A lot of golf courses, private country clubs, very stuffy. Not my kind of crowd. And after being there for about 8 hours, I met a bunch of people, including a man named Bob Moore. He goes by the name of Bobo, and he grew up in Kensington and got out of the rough area of Kensington. He's 67 years old. He's created a nice life for himself. And all these working class, blue collar men and women at Trump National, Philadelphia. And then yesterday, before I went to brunch with my sister and brother-in-law for Father's Day, was having a conversation over a cup of coffee with my wife's uncle. And we were talking about party realignment, how the Democrats have become the globalists, the 1%, the Hollywood elites, the coastal elites, and the Republican Party is more of the working class, middle class, blue collar party. We're seeing some of the education dynamics, a lot of the Ivy Leaguers, Democrats, things like that. And I feel like 20 years ago when I was in college that it was flipped. And also with the way people act and react to things in society and culture today. The left is triggered by everything under the sun. Comedy offends them. And Republicans are like, nothing really bothers me. We don't have a stick up our butt anymore. Just go live your life. And I thought that could not be personified and brought to light any further than what we saw this past weekend. Donald Trump in Detroit, Joe Biden in Los Angeles. Headline from the New York Post with Trump, first of all. Detroit pastor thanks Trump for visiting, quote, the hood, as Biden and Obama, who never came, attend L.A. fundraiser. Just want to read you an excerpt and a quote here from this story as Donald Trump was in Detroit, Michigan on Saturday. Former President Trump attended a roundtable discussion at a church in Detroit on Saturday afternoon in an effort to reach out to black voters. During the discussion, 180 church pastor Lorenzo Sewell told Trump that he was, quote, humbled by the former president's visit. Quote, President Obama never came to the hood, so to speak, right? President Joe Biden, he went to the big NAACP dinner, but he never came to the hood. So thank you, Sewell said, eliciting applause from the audience. Sewell also told Fox that he couldn't remember the last time a president laid out a plan for the black community until Trump created the Platinum Plan, which included approximately $500 billion for black businesses and churches. Quote, those metrics matter to us, Sewell said. And then on the other side of the ledger, you have Joe Biden in Hollywood on Saturday as he gets ready for another big fundraiser for his reelection campaign. And they rolled out all the Hollywood A-listers, past and present, mostly in the past. George Clooney, Julia Roberts, Barbara Streisand, who, by the way, Barbara Streisand has said, I think 3 times now that if Trump gets into office or reelected, she's going to move to another country. She's still in America, folks. So if you were trying to keep track of Barbara Streisand these days, she's still an American citizen. They even brought out Jason Bateman and Jack Black. Now, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I can be a little bit out of the Hollywood's inner circles. Is Jack Black still a relevant figure? Is Jason Bateman still a top flight star? Just asking.
I love Jason Bateman. His movies are fabulous.
Is he still cranking out new stuff?
I have no idea.
I don't
Last time
either.
I saw
That's why I
him
was asking.
What's that show he's in about the drug dealing? Whatever.
I'm drawing a blank on it. And Jimmy Kimmel, others were there as well. And we saw the video clip of Obama kind of shuffling Joe off. He grabs him by the hand. But I find it interesting, the dynamics at play here, where we are seeing a different Democrat Party and a different Republican Party. And I'm trying to think of how that factors. And I saw some polls over the weekend about Trump and Biden with the black support. And just to go to show you how inexact the poll is, there's one poll out there that says Trump's only getting 9% of the black vote in Pennsylvania. Swing state polling, okay? And then in Detroit, specifically in Michigan in general as a state, and obviously Pennsylvania and Michigan, major factors, major players here with swing states in the election, Trump is getting 23%. So I want people to think about that range because I tend to think that Trump is going to get close to 20% of the black vote. Stockers doesn't think that that's possible, nope. And he has said much lower. So in Pennsylvania, Trump's only getting 9%, if that poll is correct. And in Michigan, he's getting 23% of the support, if that poll is correct. That's a pretty wide range. It's a 14% differential between 9 points and 23%. So let's get into this a little bit. Do you think that party realignment is a true changing of the guard, so to speak? And really, how much of the black vote can Donald Trump get? And conversely, how much has Joe Biden lost? Because The Hill has a story out this morning saying that Joe Biden is only getting just barely over 50% of the black vote in swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But by the way, that does not mean Donald Trump's getting the rest of it, okay? RFK is getting some of it. Cornel West is getting some of it. And also, there's another story out about this is the biggest double hater sit-out surge we have seen maybe in the history of American politics, where you're going to have a sizable portion of people that say, I don't like either of these options, and I'll just sit home and stay on my couch.
It's almost like I've been saying that. It's like 1 in 4. 1 in 4 people.
Yeah, it's about 25%.
Does not like either candidate. So now at the end of the day, will they vote for what? Well, look at what's happening if you believe polling, and I don't. But if you look at the polling in Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, these Democratic senators are getting far more percentage of the vote than Joe Biden is. So it almost looks like he's a drag on the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
He's a drain on society.
So will those people go out and vote for Bob Casey or whoever? You know, I'm just using the Pennsylvania thing as an example, and then not vote for Biden? Maybe. You know what I mean? But who knows?
I mean, it's staggering that Joe Biden in 4 years would plummet from about 76% of the black vote in 2020 to 54%. Now, I think you can make the argument that if you're a black voter that voted Biden, that for some reason can't vote Trump, you sitting out as some sort of, protest vote, I do think that's a net positive for Donald Trump. But here's the other thing. Whatever Trump gains with the black vote, or whatever Biden loses with people sitting out, those are great for Trump. But again, you have to factor in what Trump is dealing with post Roe v. Wade. So it's kind of like, okay, Trump gains this in the black vote, But what does he lose with suburban women 2 years removed from Roe v. Wade being overturned by the Supreme Court? That's the calculus I think you need to figure out here, Dawn, especially with suburban women, because suburban women are probably the biggest power player. Forget being the biggest liability to Trump. I think suburban women are the biggest power player in this election coming up in 4.5 months.
Yeah, and I think that for Republican operatives, for Republicans, really dodged a bullet with the latest SCOTUS ruling as far as leaving the abortion medication known as the so-called abortion pill, leaving that alone, mifepristone, so that they can't talk about that. They were poised. It's almost as if Democrats were secretly hoping that the Supreme Court would have gone along with that lawsuit and those doctors suing. And if SCOTUS had done that, then all the Democrats could have said, see, here's Donald J. Trump's conservative MAGA court, and look at what they've done. They've taken this abortion pill off the market. They didn't.
Well, and you said this Thursday before leaving because you were off Friday, and we did the big take. I actually did the big take on their ruling on Friday. You, Greg, and I were all in agreement that if they do take that pill off the market, it's curtains for the GOP.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like a win or a stay of execution, so to speak.
Yeah, and so what are they doing? I mean, they broke. You're right. It broke during mid-morning here on Thursday. And to me, when you look at what the court did, they're going by what the law says. And I think they stuck with the law. I don't think that they're a MAGA court. They're a states' rights court, and they're a Constitution, I think, majority. They want to look at the Constitution. They want to see what you can and cannot do. But I think that would have been a disaster, as we have talked about. It would have been a disaster for Republicans leading into this election. So now they're pivoting to just put down the justices. They're going with personal attacks on all the justices because they can't attack any longer on that one. I just think that we learn in 2016. In 2016, the working class went with Trump, and I think that's the bigger battle here is not somebody by ethnicity, not women. I think it's all about the union and working class vote. And whoever can get that, that's such a huge percentage that gets that momentum moving for whichever candidate.
And you bring it up in 2016. I would argue that it's only been strengthened over the last 8 years because you talk about, the cost of living. It's about the economy, stupid. And we sit here and you have some of these, elitists out there. Oh, look at the stock market. The stock market is booming. But you know what? If your energy costs are still through the roof, if inflation is cooled, but gas prices are still off the charts, grocery stores, we've gone through a lot of those different metrics where things are up 19%, 21%, 23%, 32%. So if you're not feeling it, it doesn't matter what some of the numbers specifically say. If people aren't feeling it, it's not happening. And the middle working class is still being crushed by the everyday highs and the costs of living. So to me, that's where I think Trump and the Republicans really resonate. Whereas, you have the left and you have the elitists. Yes, the 1%, I guess if you're financially frugal, you don't like the cost of things, but you're going to be just fine if you're in the 1% paying 25% more on your energy bill. It's the person that has, $872 in their bank account until they get paid that feels like they're getting squeezed every which way they turn. I would say that's only been amplified over the last 4 years. Minus 2020, because the stalker said 2020 was the COVID year.
Well, I'm just saying you can't.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with you.
All I'm saying is that you can't. And yeah, people in the chat was like, well, technically people went to, or a lot of people went to work and they had more money in their pocket because the government was giving out free money. Yeah, I get it. But a lot of people were dying. It was just not it wasn't a good time for the country.
No.
That's all I'm saying. Go back to June of 2020.
Fake economy.
And it's not a good time for all I'm saying is that the Trump administration better not be, or the Trump campaign better not be saying, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Because the Democrats have an easy rebuttal with that. That's all I'm saying.
855-839-1210. Let me grab Lou in Hamilton real quick. Lou, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Lou, you go ahead.
Hey, Nick. How you doing? Great show.
Thanks, pal.
I get a little tired of hearing about the suburban women. I'm sorry, but you know what? The suburban women are also mothers. And if they want to go and vote Democrat and make sure Biden wins and the Democrats win the Senate and House of Representatives, they're going to come after your children even harder. They've already started. And if they win, you're going to see this country take a drastic turn for the worse.
You know, Lou, I don't disagree with you, and I like the fact that you bring up suburban women, and it's beyond just abortion. You know, we've talked about this in the past. Is that a factor? Absolutely. The stats are out there. Republicans, when abortion's on the ballot, have lost consistently over the last 2 years. But I do think there's a sizable portion of women out there, and I hope it's more than what we hear and what's reported, that look at the totality of everything, right? And Dawn, you can, this is right up your alleyway more than it is Greg or I. You know, suburban women, moms, you know, groceries, you know, everything that a mom has to deal with on a day-to-day basis and a paycheck-to-paycheck basis, whether the suburban woman is married, divorced, has 1 kid or 5 kids. You know, I would like to think when you look at all the different categories that if you want to talk about abortion, okay, I got you. You can throw that in the healthcare for women category. But there's many other categories out there that I think resonate with suburban women beyond just reproductive rights.
I would hope so.
I would hope so.
You know, and that's just it. Who, as they swallow the Kool-Aid, I don't know how much longer this can go on. Mm-hmm. But I do think that it's different from the primary season when people just were not activated or aware. And at the same time, I'll talk about this, that for suburban women, and I'm always out on some field and we're talking and they'll say this and that's going on. I'm like, yeah, did you know your taxes are going up?
Yeah.
And man, you look at across Montgomery County and yes, in Bucks, Delaware County, big time, but Montco, all those taxes are going up. Mm-hmm. And they've had waves of these tax hikes.
Yep.
And so that impacts property owners, homeowners as well. Yep. And look at the economy. We have the highest inflation in 23 years as far as in the consumer products. All of these numbers the markers that we look at with the Federal Reserve saying, nope, we still have to hold. We can't lower these rates.
Can't even lower it 0.25%. Right?
Everybody feels it.
Yep. 855-839-1210, 7 o'clock hour brought to you by United Tire. If you drive a car and you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley, UnitedTire.com. What's on the cut sheet? We'll find out in 5 minutes. Stay right there.
First, I have to talk about my friends at Anderson Mechanical, AMC. You know, we're just talking about keeping your energy prices down. Well, one way to do that, if you think about it, is make sure that your HVAC is tuned up and operating at its very best, right? So if you've been waiting for the hot weather to arrive to turn on your AC, it's here. We have a heat wave this week. If you haven't heard, there is still time to have it serviced by my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. They have such a wealth of experience. They're so dedicated to their jobs, to their field, and the professionals of AMC take such great pride in their work. Here's the thing. They do not earn commission at AMC. They're not trying to sell you on something that you don't need, and you can trust AMC will make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. Call now, and you get a full 15% off maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Call my friends at AMC today. Schedule your tune-up. Get this on the calendar now. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, You don't want to end up saying,
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Company, 746 Monday morning, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, Nick Dawn and Greg, 855-839-1210. How you jump aboard. You can tweet the show at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let your comments rip on YouTube, youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button. Still ahead this morning. I do want to get to the big Supreme Court story that broke Friday after we were off the air, as the Supreme Court strikes down a Trump-era ban on bump stocks. We're going to get to that story. And also, rounding back to the big take in the 9 o'clock hour, as everything always goes full circle, a Texas Democratic candidate has been charged with faking racist comments to himself.
Uh-oh.
We have
one of these stories, huh?
Another UC Smollett, Bubba Wallace type story, because racism is so in demand and there's so much, supply of it out there that the Democrats now have to fake it and create fake hate crimes.
By the way, can I just say this too, calling back to what Lou and Hamilton said about so tired of hearing about suburban women voters. The 2020 election, 57% of women voted for Joe Biden. And they, as we know, there are more women than men in this country. Women also vote more than men do.
It's a shame.
And that was before the Supreme Court ruling in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So when you can sit here and say, "Oh, I'm tired of hearing about suburban women," they matter. They matter a lot, and they're really the base of the Democrat Party and African American women as well. So, you can sit here and say, like, it doesn't matter, but it really does. Yeah. It really does. And if they don't get their messaging correct on that, and yes, you can say, all these culture issues that are going, but that doesn't seem to move the needle at all.
Are you saying J.D. Vance is not the right guy to reach these suburban women?
I don't know who is. I'm not saying that women would vote for Trump because he has a woman vice president. I'm actually saying the opposite. But they need to get their messaging straight on this.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I feel like we've been saying that forever. Yeah. I mean, eventually it's like...
I know. Everybody in the Utah, you're wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay.
No,
I'm going by statistical data from years past.
How many times has Dawn said about getting your act together and finding the right person, getting the right message? We've been saying that for 2 years. I got a feeling we'll be saying that in 2032, if I'm still alive.
Yeah, and again, the Republicans need to get out there and say, hey, if Democrats wanted so-called reproductive rights, then let's talk about that issue as far as your medical your medical care, your reproductive care, the mifepristone, nobody touched that. Plan B, which isn't even, nobody talks about Plan B, for example. And so they can talk about all of that and say this is widely acceptable. That's where they need to go and have those conversations to say there's no real reason that anybody would want to have an abortion. Don't let them fool you. The abortion Planned Parenthood clinics have their own PAC, and look at the money that passes through that. Look at the fundraising they have, and look who they donate to. They do not donate to the campaigns of any Republicans. Yeah. Zero.
Yeah.
And so this is all politicized. Your reproductive health, if you will, should never be a partisan issue.
Also, it has, we can sit here and talk about abortion, and maybe abortion in 2024 doesn't play a huge part. Maybe I'm 100% wrong. You also can't argue with the fact that that there's a lot of women, the majority of women don't like Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how you get over that.
Yeah. All right, 7:50 Monday morning. It's locked. It's loaded. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Oh, he's telling me the truth, and I can't handle it. I have to go over to another radio host who's going to lie to me. What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm on something today, guys. I'm like Joe Biden. I'm ready to go. I'm coming out swinging at 7:51 on a Monday morning. That's right. By the way, we talk about the debate on the 27th.
Yep, 10 days.
Watch how much stuff they have him jacked up on.
Oh, there's no question.
He's going to come out swinging.
Oh, he's going to come out like a pistol.
He always, look at the State of the Union. He always comes out on these big moments and, does his thing.
Yep.
So
cue up the talks of, is that the second or third body double that Joe has? Love those tweets.
All right. Speaking of that, so we discussed this a lot. The big fundraiser with the Hollywood elites. The people, when I say Hollywood elites, by the way, these are people that don't like you and I and Dawn. They don't like us.
They're a detestable group.
Yes. So Joe Biden, Barack Obama hobnobbing with people who despise us. And also for an event that we probably couldn't afford to get into.
Yeah. I think I saw anywhere from $500 to $250,000. You imagine paying $250,000 to sit up close and personal with that group.
So this video is making the rounds. There's a little discrepancy about it because they're saying that this was edited a little bit. The other video doesn't show what I'm about to show.
Okay.
But this one was taken from a fan or a person in the audience, so you can really see you can really see Obama kind of grab Joe by the hand and kind of lead him as he's just waving aimlessly to people.
Come on, Pappy.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to watch this video, this is cut one. Phil, go. So it's a little far away, but you can see Biden waving, clapping, Obama doing the same thing. Jimmy Kimmel over there.
And Joe's frozen.
And there's Obama kind of leading him by the hand saying, come on, Joe.
Yeah,
let's go this way.
Exit stage left.
Yep.
Yeah.
it really is what you do to your grandfather, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And there they go, walking off. Obama's got his hand on Joe's back. How stiff Biden looks. Unbelievable.
So in the actual, what was taped for, I don't know if this was taped for broadcast, but what was a professional video of this, they pan away from it when Obama grabs his hand.
To protect Joe.
I don't know. You can't really see it. It's in this video, which clearly, like, this video wasn't edited.
Yeah.
Shows him grabbing him by the hand and kind of saying, "All right, come on, this way."
Yeah. All the Biden fanboys and supporters were out there over the last 24 hours saying that this video is taken totally out of context and might be altered, and it never went down that way, the way it's being shared and reported. Even if this one, and it doesn't look to me like it's doctored in any way, it's from a fan that, probably paid a couple $1,000 to be there.
Yeah.
To me, even if it was, I would sit there and say, well, I've seen him wander off or be frozen for the last 3 years. So there's ample. 19 out of the 20 are authentic. So what else do you got?
The Washington Post is also wrote a story over the weekend about how that video that we played from him on at the G7 was altered because you couldn't see the people on the side there where Joe, kind of wandered off and was waving. There were people on the side
there was
there.
like one parachuter kind of
Yes.
on his knees or something, like he just landed.
I think if you look at an alternate clip, I think it was more than one. But it's not him. Like, I didn't really think that he was just sitting there waving to nobody, but it's just the, kind of him needing to be led around.
Yes.
That's the issue with this.
Yes.
Right?
And it's his lack of spatial recognition and awareness. It's not knowing which way. I mean, how can you be in this position as often as he is, and you still haven't figured which way to go off the stage? Like, it's unacceptable. And then he has these moments where he freezes and he looks like he's frozen in time.
Yeah.
And I was chatting with my wife last night because my wife's grandfather had dementia and was in a assisted facility when he was in his late 80s before he died when he was, I think, 92. And he had, before he went to the facility, as he started to, deteriorate while living at home after his wife died, he would have these moments that are very almost identical to Joe Biden. And she's like, look, I don't think you should be making fun of him, Nick, because my grandfather went through. And I'm like, I'm not making fun of him. The point is, the guy shouldn't be in a position to lead the United States of America.
Yeah.
Which, and oh, by the way, did you see on the 15th would have been, Saturday? The White House released a statement that moving forward, June 15th will be World Elder Abuse National Recognition Day. Is that not the most hypocritical, ironic thing of all time? National Elder Abuse Day? For a guy who's basically being drugged to the finish line as elder abuse? You can't make that up.
That is funny. I never thought about that. It's true. It's true.
You got to see the press release. It's remarkable.
Maybe it's Biden's cry for help.
Maybe Joe penned the letter himself.
By the way, on the YouTube chat, Boggs writes, I don't know, Greg, he's getting progressively worse. Drugs may not cut the mustard in the debate. It's true. It's true. I don't
cut the what?
Mustard.
In the debate. Poor DeSantis is never going to live that down.
Just don't cut the cheese, Joe.
We all agree on this program, right, that Tim Scott is one of the final 3 contenders for the VP.
Yeah, I'm fair. I'm okay with that.
Dawn, do you agree with him being in the
Sure, he's a finalist.
top 3, maybe?
I don't know.
5 for sure.
Top 5.
Top 5, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he may have killed his chances this week.
Well, what happened? Did he Christy Nome it?
Well, I look, you guys can weigh in on this, but my spidey senses went out for a second.
Okay.
Because John Carl on ABC This Week asked him about his decision to certify the 2020 election. And he says he stands by it.
Okay.
He certified Joe Biden's victory. How do you think that sits or how do you think that sits in the Trump camp?
Not well.
I'm just telling you.
Not well.
Well, cut 2, Phil, go.
Before that violent mob attacked the Capitol, you put out a statement explaining your decision to certify Joe Biden's election victory. Do you stand by that? You were not one of those that challenged the results. You voted to certify Biden's election victory. Do you stand by that?
Certainly. I will stand by that decision and the next decision to certify the fact that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. November 5th, the day of reckoning is coming. The early ballots go out in places like North Carolina starting in September. We're going to focus on making sure that we use every tool in the toolkit to make sure that this election results are clear and profound, and that the American people get 4 more years of low unemployment, low inflation, high enthusiasm, and a president respected and sometimes feared on the global stage. That president.
I will say this. He did a very good job of pivoting to something he didn't want to talk about into something he did.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't negate what he said in the beginning.
Does not. I would say 3 things. One, it's pretty embarrassing that ABC, the best they have is to ask about 2020 as we're 4 months out from the 2024 election. I mean, if you want to just keep ripping Trump, well, why don't you just call him a convicted felon? That's more new as far as ways to smear the guy in the news cycle as far as most recent transgressions. That would be number one. Number two, If Tim Scott's the best guy for the job and anything about him certifying 2020 bothers you and you don't select Tim Scott, I think that's a failure. If you think he's the best guy, I don't think he's the best guy. But I would also say this as far as Tim Scott goes. Tim Scott's very, very super low energy. And I've got a feeling, as much as I like him.
So was Mike Pence, though.
Yeah. And I was never a Pence guy. I would probably go elsewhere other than Tim Scott.
Not a lot of Pence guys out there, I don't think.
No.
It doesn't exactly scream. I don't know. Do you guys think that the Trump campaign looked at that and like, nope?
I'm still hopeful for Sarah.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders. You're not getting off this train, are you?
I'm not getting off the Sarah train.
I like the conviction.
Let me just say this about my good friend Dawn Stenslin. She was correct 6-7 months ago when we started talking about this endless VP debate. She was correct about, you did say J.D. Vance. And I believe Nick and I kind of, poo-pooed that. And J.D. Vance now on the right. I think it would be an absolute mistake for him to choose J.D. Vance and his bad eyeliner. But I think that he is. I think that Dawn was correct in that he's now a top 3, top 4, top 5.
Yeah, he's in the wheelhouse for sure. And you heard the end of the clip about election integrity with Tim Scott. I thought what Laura Trump said over the weekend was interesting, and also I kind of like it. That they now are inching closer and are expected to have the RNC coming out saying we will have 100,000 poll watchers across the country on November 5th. I like hearing that, although I feel like 100,000 might be a little light. We're going to need a bigger boat.
Speaking of Laura Trump, she was at the Turning Point Action Committee with Charlie Kirk.
Oh, it's your boy.
And she says that she's gonna prosecute anybody cheating in an election. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Also sending a loud and clear message out there to anyone who thinks about cheating in an election. If you cheat in an election, we will find you, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you to the full extent of the law.
Isn't it already illegal to cheat in an election? I mean, like what? Like we will find murderers and send them to jail.
You know what though? I like it. We talk about fighting fire with fire and no longer fighting water with fire. What's the government been doing for the last 3.5 years? Tracking down everybody from January 6th that walked around and didn't really do anything wrong. That weren't the few that truly did break the law. You know what? If you have the legal authority to track these people down, let's do it. Let's do it. By the way, I saw an incredible poll. The Blaze, of all places, had a poll, and this was bipartisan. 44% of respondents, both Democrat and Republican, said that they would, quote, cheat if it meant they're a candidate winning the election.
What a country.
Doesn't that just go to show you how each side hates the other guy's candidate so bad?
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. If the Trump campaign has to move this away from being so personal, because it's all about personal attacks.
Agreed.
And the Trump campaign needs to say, this is about you.
Yeah.
This is about you, every American. This is not about the actual candidate. It's about you and who serves you best, whose policies serve you best.
And it can't be a referendum on the past. Like, it can't be this revenge tour. Like Trump has said, and I think he said right, like, his revenge will be success. He's got so much to fix and so much to undo. He's not going to have time for revenge.
Well, it does have to be a little bit of a referendum on the past. Well, you're running, if you're the opposition, you're running against the current administration and saying the last 4 years have been a disaster.
Oh, yes.
Here's how I can help.
Yes, specifically 2021, 22, 23 for sure. I'm saying if you make it a referendum about the year 2020, that's a losing strategy and a losing message. You can bring that up, and it's always brought up. I mean, my God, it's brought up from both sides. But if you're not forward thinking, you're doomed to repeat the same mistake.
But the Trump campaign would argue that if you don't fix what happened in 2020, it's just going to get worse.
Oh, yes.
That's all I'm saying. But Dawn is correct. It's the Bill Clinton, I feel your pain, where he bit his bottom lip and he did that thing with the pencil. He was as insincere as anybody could.
But it worked.
He felt nothing except interns. But he conveyed a message. He conveyed a message that he felt their pain. Whereas George H.W. Bush at the time looked like an out-of-touch elitist who just didn't know what the price of milk was or bread, whatever. So, like, Dawn is correct. That resonates with people. It really does.
It's really amazing that you could be in that position and not know what the cost of things are and not go to the grocery store. It's just remarkable.
Well, they should ask the anchor people the same question then. Because I'm pretty sure that none of those
Jake Tapper?
You
don't think Jake Tapper
I don't
does
think
what-
Jake is running to the Acme.
Yeah. You saying Jake doesn't go to Aldi's to look for the bargain buy?
By the way, I must say this. I recently, and I'm not Nick, where I didn't realize Acme existed, but
I knew they existed. I just never saw one.
I had to go to Acme for a specific thing because only they had it, and I went in there to do most of my food shopping. I'm like, this is a very enjoyable experience.
I'm telling you. So a lot of enjoyable grocery stores out there.
All right.
It's therapeutic, Greg.
Little side note there for you. Yeah, but that would be the ultimate response, Don Stensland, is if Jake Tapper, one of them, asked Trump and Biden, what does a loaf of bread cost? Trump should turn it right back on Jake. I don't know, Jake. Why don't you tell us?
You go first.
Yeah.
Jake doesn't know.
Fake Tapper.
Dana, no clue.
Nope. Another person on the short list for VP is Byron Donalds. He was also on the Sunday shows. He was on Meet the Press. And they asked him about being one of the contenders for Trump's Veep stakes. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
Finally, some news about your future. Mr. Trump said yesterday that your name is very high on his list of people he's considering as a running mate. Would you be ready on day one to serve as commander-in-chief if necessary?
Well, I think if you're going to step into that job, it's obviously the toughest job, the biggest job, not just in our politics, but really, frankly, in the world. Look, I think that I would have an ability to step in. I'm actually pretty intelligent. I can sift through issues really, really well. It's about judgment. It's about logic streams. It's about how you make decisions at the end of the day. And then you cannot discount the fact that you would have a lot of people who are very qualified to be around to help you do that job and do what's in the best interest of the American people. Do I believe in myself? 100% I do. And so, we'll see what President Trump decides. I'm going to support whatever he does.
Like him. I've been saying it from day one. Like him a lot. It's pretty wild that of all those people that are out there, whether it's Byron Donalds, Tom Cotton, J.D. Vance, on down the list, Elise Stefanik, how many of them, what you should do is a compare and contrast in regards to the question that was asked there specifically.
Yeah.
Could you step in and day one and become the president of the United States if need be and be the commander-in-chief? All of these people, and I don't think I'm being a partisan hack when I say this, they're all more ready to do the job than Kamala Harris would. Is there any doubt about that? Like, I mean, that's what you're voting for. If you vote for Joe Biden this November, you are voting for the likelihood that she serves 2.5 to 3 years as the commander-in-chief. Because I would say it's better than a 50-50 chance that Joe does not complete his second term, one way or the other.
50-50?
Better than 50-50.
Man.
Yes.
I think it's like 90-10 that he doesn't finish his second term. I'm not trying to be morbid. I'm looking at stats. That's what I do.
Yeah.
When I give my opinions on this, that, and the other, I'm looking at stats. That's all
seriously, like and I would love to see I can't wait for a Veep debate. I don't think I saw anything in the CNN rules about the first one with a possible Veep because Trump's not going to have his named until probably the middle of July. We'll see if it happens before the debate, before the RNC in mid-July. I'd like to see it before the 4th of July from a selfish, show content standpoint. But, I mean, whoever debates Kamala Harris, Veep versus Veep, has to be salivating at that possibility.
Well, I don't know. She hosted the cast of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy in
They did.
in the White House over the weekend, so I'm sure she's completely ready for.
Well, she's ready to break out and hit her stride, Greg.
Big tasks.
Term 2, year 5 will be the year Kamala really shows her chops.
Cut 5 here, Phil. Another person who's being floated around for being a Trump VP, possible Trump VP, is Tom Cotton. He was on with, what do you call him, Nick? Fake Tapper?
Fake Tapper. Well, that's Trump's nickname for him.
On Sunday, and this is what he said. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Donald Trump is set to unveil his running mate there. You are one of the top contenders. Do you want to be vice president?
Well, I think if the president asked you to serve in any...
Can I just ask, what a dumb question. Do you want to be vice president? No. I don't want to be vice president.
It's just so lazy. But then the worst thing is the canned answer of, I'm ready, willing, and able should Trump decide to select me. I would hope you would say that.
Well, they are, you are correct, Nick, and I didn't mean to step on you with that clip there. I misfired. But he gives the lazy answer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course, yes, I would consider it. Yeah. Consider it?
Yeah.
The hell's Tom Cotton doing?
Hey, Tom Cotton's got zero chance at this. Zero.
I agree with that. All right, Phil, I apologize about that. I will start this over. Once again, cut 5, Phil, go.
Donald Trump is set to unveil his running mate there. You are one of the top contenders. Do you want to be vice president?
Well, I think if the president asked you to serve in any capacity our great nation, you'd have to consider it. But I also know that there's probably only one person who knows who's on his short list, and I suspect the president will make a decision about his vice president when he's ready, and it'll be a good decision for him and the ticket, but more importantly, a good decision for the country.
But you would say yes if he asked?
If the president asked me to serve in any capacity, I would, of course, entertain it. But right now, I'm very happy being a senator representing the people of Arkansas and working to elect President Trump and a majority of the Congress so we can begin to repair some of the damage that Joe Biden and the Democrats have inflicted over these last 4 years.
I hope you have a great Father's Day with your two boys and your wife.
There you go.
He would 1,000% take anything Trump throws his way because when you get a chance to leave the state of Arkansas, you do it. Okay? As somebody who enjoys the South, trust me, I've been to Arkansas. Not a whole lot going on in Arkansas. I'll give Tom Cotton credit for this. He is a guy who just goes and grinds day to day. He's not one of these show ponies. He is the complete opposite of Marjorie Taylor Greene or anybody in politics that can't wait to find the television camera, the microphone, posting a video of social media. I've never seen Tom Cotton doing power cleans in his garage. He's boring to a fault, but for the role he's in, from everything I've read about the guy, he's well respected, and he just he goes and does his thing. I like him.
All right, one more on this, and it's not a clip. I'm just going to ask the two of you. Out of the 3 contenders that we played, and I don't know, do you think people care who Trump's vice president is? Or do you think it's just the pundit class like us that opines about it and nobody really gives a S?
I think 2 things can be true at once. I think it doesn't matter to Trump supporters. Yeah. I think Trump supporters, if Donald Trump select Doink the Clown, it wouldn't matter. They'd still vote for Trump. Yeah. But I do think people care. I mean, every time we talk about it, we get a lot of tweets. Every time we put up a poll, a lot of people respond. So I think it's fun to talk about because we all see certain things in certain people.
By the way,
it is, but I'm sorry.
No, go.
Yeah, Don.
It is, but I think the worst thing that could happen is that you get somebody in there who's not fully vetted. And remember the disaster. I mean, Sarah Palin had such popularity, and under John McCain, and she spoke at the convention, and everybody loved her. And then it turned out to be that it was a disaster for Republicans because she just wasn't quite ready for prime time. And obviously that was with Steve Schmidt and Nicole What's-Her-Face. They were a disaster, obviously. But I'm just saying you have to make sure that it's somebody who is ready. And that's why I am just putting it out there, somebody who has been either somebody who has been running for president and they're vetted, or somebody like Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's an Arkansas governor. So she has. I know. I'm gonna make my case.
You're beating this dead horse, aren't you?
I am beating this dead horse because you know that let's look at the debate. Imagine Sarah Huckabee Sanders against the EV. I love electric buses with that horrible cackle laugh.
I love electric school buses.
And imagine Sarah Huckabee Sanders is somebody up there who, by the way, in Arkansas, she has worked with the teachers' unions. She's not an anti-union person by any measure, but she has improved the quality of education, for example. And so she is known as somebody who can work well with others.
You would pick her over Tulsi?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. There's no
100%.
Yeah. Do you think she would leave Arkansas in the governor's role for something less than the Veep? Just to be a part of Trump's cabinet?
No.
That's, I think, where maybe the tough question lies.
No, but we often say, look at, as far as somebody who has that executive experience, that's important. The reason the Trump choice is so important, in my humble opinion, is not just because, somebody who will be great on the campaign trail. Sarah will be. She's fantastic. She is battle tested, if you will. She had to stand up there every day at that podium working for Trump. She's loyal, and she had to deal with the most liberal, biased hacks. Alleged journalists in the White House, press pool.
To her credit,
her credit,
she has a major backbone.
Yes,
she will fight. She doesn't. She will butt heads with anybody.
But the way that she butted heads, it was, she had statements when they said, well, this is chaotic. And she said, I know what chaos is. I've got, 3 kids at home under 5. That's it. I call, she had these great one-liners that were relatable as a working mom with young kids. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Is she paying you?
No, but I do. I love her. And I think I just want somebody who's vetted.
Well, Byron Donalds is paying me.
Yeah.
I want somebody who plus she's not, she doesn't pose the Florida problem. That Donalds and Marco Rubio and like that.
Let me ask you this, because I hear two different narratives about people with what they want for Trump's Veep and what Trump's Veep needs to be. I've heard we need an outsider, not a swamp hack, but we also need somebody that knows the inner workings of the swamp and where the bodies are buried and how Trump will not make the same mistakes and let never Trumpers too close to him the way he did the first time. So which is it? Do we want somebody that knows the swamp, or do we want another outsider business person type like a J.D. Vance? Because it doesn't seem like you can get both. It's either got to be one or the other. And if you want somebody that knows the swamp, I think just by default, you got to pick somebody that's a part of the swamp, right?
By the way, I'm going to go out with one of my bold predictions again.
Okay.
Dawn Stenslin, if Trump picks Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I will resign.
Well, you have 2 resignations on the line now.
Yep.
What's the other one that you said you would quit over?
I don't remember.
Somebody in the audience will.
Oh, yeah,
You said it late last week.
I did.
But I'm saying that somebody like a Nancy Mace, South Carolina, I'm worried about her. I would be worried about somebody like that. So Elise Stefanik, a safer choice, more, stable and vetted person. I would say that about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. You just don't want somebody who's not fully vetted and you don't see something coming, and boom, it turns into a disaster.
Yeah. I'm out on South Carolina as a state. No Nancy Mace, no Tim Scott, no Nikki Haley.
I thought it was going to be Tim Scott until I heard he gave that answer about certifying the 2020 election, and I think he's out.
Okay.
I made reference to this. Our Veep welcomed in the Queer Eye for the Straight Guy cast to the White House.
Well, this does any administration play to the Hollywood base more than this group?
The elite.
Yeah, cut 23, Phil. You have to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button once you're there. Cut 23, Phil, go. There you go.
There's the giggles.
Man,
Oh, boy.
a man with a beard and a dress.
Oh my God. And
I have a full mustache and beard.
and that was some extra audio. What exactly? I mean, I get it. You're pandering to the LGBTQ plus crowd. It's Pride Month, so I understand that. But like, I would just say to the Biden administration, if I was an advisor with no skin in the game, one way or the other, you've already got that 9% of society, right? Like, I mean, is the LGBTQ plus crowd voting for Donald Trump or a Republican? The answer is no. But this is what Kamala is relegated to? I mean, we've seen, she's been on the abortion tour this year, and that obviously carries a lot of weight. I would say they finally found the perfect spot for her. But, man, they love to put her in the spot where she's in a lot of different parody-type roles. Did she not? Remember she was in, where was she with, was it months ago we were watching the video of her and some other Hollywood guy, and they had the same suit on?
Oh, yeah.
It was like a gray outfit.
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm drawing a blank on what that was.
I hate staged things.
Yes.
And that is so, like, there's a camera there and there's a knock at the door.
Right.
And it's like,
How many takes do you think it took for them to nail that one?
A lot.
And I was told Trump was the Hollywood guy, the guy with the NBC TV show and appearances on SNL. Well, they really play this up.
Yeah, you're right. You're both right. I mean, the problem is that people look. The Democrats think that the American people look to Hollywood as like, oh, what do they think?
Right.
Because if they think it, I have to think it. It's bullcrap.
Yeah, I think most Americans detest Hollywood.
Yeah.
Right?
Most Americans detest Hollywood and don't care which way George Clooney votes,
right,
or Jimmy Kimmel,
right,
or Jack Black. Certainly not Jack Black.
Or what tequila that George Clooney is
that is
co-owner
a fine tequila, by the way.
Which, by the way, I had a Casamigos Friday at Trump's course afterwards.
It's a fine tequila.
And two guys next to me that were there looked at me and they said, Casamigos, huh? Well, what's wrong with 1800 or Don Julio? I said, nothing. I was like, I was just in the mood for Casamigos. And they were like, oh, that's George Clooney's. And I was like, yeah?
But, by the way, I think there's a tequila sponsor that is on our show. So whatever tequila that is, that's the best.
Oh, we have a tequila sponsor?
Oh, yeah, there's an ad running for tequila. So whatever that tequila is, that's the one you should buy.
I'm happy to sample your product.
Speaking of the Veep, Steve Harvey hosted a conference with her over the weekend for an outreach to the black and brown community. And he said that if you're looking for tough questions, this ain't the venue for it. So he admits right off the bat.
Softball.
Yes.
Softball.
He said this is an alley-oop for a dunk, Nick Kayal. That's what he said.
Okay.
This by the way, doesn't he do a radio show? I think he competes with us.
I don't know. Well, not many people compete with us these days, but they're out there.
Cut 15, Phil, go.
Before y'all start calling my radio show and DMing me talking about why you ain't asked no hard-hitting questions, that ain't what this is. I'm throwing a lob. This is an alley-oop for a dunk. Because this administration needs to get the word out of what they're actually doing and what they're actually accomplishing so we can stop all this foolishness about what you're doing for black people. Can't nobody come out with no agenda and call it this for black people and expect to get in the White House. You got to play the game different. Y'all know what this is. So now this next question is another lob for her to dunk.
Oh, my God.
If I ever have a guest on my show and I come out and say that, or even if I don't even say it, and I take the lazy way out and don't ask pertinent, thought-provoking, challenging questions, Greg Stocker, fire me on the air.
I will.
Okay? Just don't even let me even make it to what happened in today in music history.
No problem.
Fire me.
No problem.
This I've never seen an administration for 3.5 years that all they do is get softball questions. I mean, they send Kamala out to hang out with kindergartners. Joe turns down a Super Bowl halftime show where they're going to ask him if he prefers chunky or medium salsa with his Tostitos. And then the binder's up there every day, and she's not going to get into anything.
Yep.
They're the most insulated, tell the American public nothing administration in the history of American politics. And I expect it to be easier for a Democrat than a Republican with mainstream media. I'm not oblivious to that. But, man, they coddle this administration like they're 5-year-olds.
This administration does not, I believe even CNN called them out on the fact that they don't do, like previous administrations, they do far less interviews or press conferences or whatever. They just don't take hard questions from they're hobnobbing with Jimmy Kimmel.
Yep.
They're on panels with Steve Harvey, who admits he's not going to ask any tough questions.
And then when a tough question or an unexpected question arises, like on Friday's edition of the Cut Sheet, when somebody asked a question to Joe that was not screened in advance, then
He yells at him.
Joe kind of flipped out and had a conniption.
He did. More from Steve Harvey, where he says they owe us reparations. So you know where this group is coming from. I mean the group here.
$500 billion for everybody.
This group in the audience here. That's what I was talking
Just
about.
write blank checks.
Cut 16, Phil, go.
They done a lot, man, but we see, I'm on this radio show, and I'm hearing all these people talking about, I'm not voting if they not doing nothing for us. Listen to me. If you do not vote, the analytics will show they know how many women vote, they know the age you are when you vote. If we don't vote, how we gonna ask for something next time? If you ain't got no voting power, you talking about reparations. Ain't nobody finna give you no reparations and you don't vote. Oh, why you think they finna give us some money? No how, man. I hope they do. They owe us. I'll go down there.
There you go.
Surprised Steve Harvey didn't voice track that interview. Steve Harvey hasn't qualified for reparations in a long time. Steve Harvey's making bank millions upon millions of dollars to say a whole bunch of nothing. But again, they go down this road of, hey, who is the high up black celebrity media entertainer? It's been Charlemagne the God. Now it's Steve Harvey. Joy Bay. It wouldn't surprise me if Steve Harvey's on The View at some point this week, and everybody's trying to say, how can we reach the black voter and the black community? I really do believe, and look, again, I don't know what the percentage will be, 9%, 11%, 13%, 17%. But I do think, and we talked about this a little bit Friday, why is it that Democrats seem so confident in public about everything, considering all the polling is showing something else? I do genuinely think they fear losing the black vote. And again, they're not losing it, but it's diminished under Biden.
They are spending a lot of time trying to get that group out to vote.
Yes.
You are correct about that. By the way, the little inside reference Nick was talking about is that if you listen to Steve Harvey's radio show, it is clearly, they want to make you think that they're all there and they're all kibitzing and talking when actually he's recording it the night before and emailing it to his producers, and they make it sound like it's a live radio show. That's what Nick's talking about. I dare anybody to listen to 5 minutes of that.
Don't. Just take our words. As the President of the United States has said in the past.
Don't.
And then Vice President Harris got to speak. And she talked all about community banks.
I saw this.
Cut 14, Phil, go.
Community banks.
Yeah.
So the importance of community banks is they are, as they are called, they're in the community, led by members of the community. They are people who understand the capacity of the community, the needs of the community, the culture of the community.
Okay, so in 19 seconds, talking about community banks, she said the word community 6 times.
That's one every 3 seconds.
So, we say this all the time. She gets up and she's the kid who didn't read the book and tries to give a book report. Okay, little Johnny. The book is called Community Banks. What was it about?
Yeah, this is a repeat on when she was talking about children of the community, because they're all the children of our community. And as a community, we must raise the children. And it's like, no. The community's not raising my child. Parents raise their children, not presidents, not bankers. By the way, what qualifies as a community bank? I mean, Wells Fargo, Citizens Bank, a lot of different banks in Philadelphia. Aren't they all community banks? First Trust, on down the list.
Aren't they talking about like black-owned and right, Dawn? Isn't
I
that?
guess.
Yeah,
Are there black-owned banks?
I don't know.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I don't know.
I mean, I know there's the banks that cater to the armed forces and the veterans.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Credit unions.
Credit unions, correct. Are there black-owned banks? I didn't know that.
One more time here. Kamala, please stand up in front of the class. Okay, Kamala, the book was Community Banks. Please give us your report on community banks.
Community banks. So the importance of community banks is they are, as they are called, they're in the community.
3.
Led by members of the community.
4.
They are people who understand the capacity of the community,
5.
the needs of the community,
6.
the culture of the community.
7.
Oh, 7.
7, sorry.
Wow, 7 in 19 seconds.
7 times in 19 seconds. Okay, Miss Harris, sit down. You clearly didn't read the book.
Can you use it in a sentence? Can you spell community? Community. COMMUNITY. Community.
By the way, I have so much. We should probably break real quick and get back to some.
Are we doing a
more of
three-parter
this.
today?
I think so. I have a lot of. By the way, did you guys see this video? If you haven't, get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. During the next segment, this prostitute that chased the Eagles linebacker.
Oh, what an unbelievable story.
Down a hotel hall. If you're watching with kids, I wouldn't advise watching it because you can see bare butt from the woman. But you have to see this. It's quite the video. It's quite the video.
We want to hit that hard. Stop.
Dawn.
Sorry.
Dawn.
Misfire.
Man, what is happening? Okay.
All right.
We should break and come back and do that.
Quick break, and then we will continue with more of the cut sheet as we continue here live on a Monday morning. But first, I'll tell you about my friends with the Piazza Auto Group. Piazza Acura specifically, folks, I'm telling you right now, I get it. You know, some of the high-end, really expensive premium vehicles might be out of reach in this day and age, right? But Acura is kind of that perfect sweet spot. It's luxury without the sticker shock. Just about 10 weeks ago, stopped on out to Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. It's the 2024 Acura Integra. Great model. As a previous Acura owner for a decade, I had this small little ILX. This thing is luxury without the absurd, obnoxious pricing. By far the most striking Acura I've seen. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, and Wi-Fi hotspot capability. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra today at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick sent you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Say cheese. Coca-Cola Photo Day is back on Saturday, July 13th before the Phillies host Oakland at 4:05. Don't miss out on your chance to snap photos of your favorite Phils. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Send the Phillies stars to the Lone Star State for the 2024 All-Star Game.
Electric here at Citizens Bank Park.
Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at Phillies.com/vote.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
You made me cry when you said goodbye. Ain't that a shame? My tears feel like rain. Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame.
8:36, Kayal and Company as we continue 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business as we continue with more of the cut sheet.
We talked about this a little bit in the 6 o'clock hour. CNN finalizes the rules for the June 27th Biden-Trump debate. For those of you who tune in later, let's do a little discussion on this. I think this is cut. Where are we, Phil? So many cuts here, guys. I'm sorry.
I read the email last night. I was like, we saw like 32 clips.
Cut 12, Phil, go.
In just 12 days, June 27th, just steps from where I am standing here at CNN's Atlanta studio, CNN will host President Biden and former President Trump for the first presidential debate of the 2024 election cycle. And we are now learning more about the format rules the two men have agreed to follow. The 90-minute debate will include 2 commercial breaks, and during those breaks, the candidates and their staff will not be allowed to interact. Both presidents will appear at uniform podiums, and their position will be determined by a coin flip. The microphones will be muted throughout the debate except when it's a candidate's turn to speak. There will be no props or pre-written notes allowed on stage. Each candidate will be given a pen, a pad of paper, and a bottle of water. There will be no studio audience. And the moderators, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, will enforce timing and ensure a civilized discussion. To qualify for the debate, any candidate must satisfy the requirements outlined in Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution. And they must file a formal statement of candidacy to the Federal Elections Commission. Both Mr. Biden and Trump have done so, as have third-party candidates Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Cornel West, and Jill Stein. And in addition, the candidates must appear on enough state ballots to reach the 270 electoral vote threshold to win the presidency. Currently, only Biden and Trump do. And finally, the candidate must receive at least 15% in 4 separate national polls of registered or likely voters that meet CNN's standards of reporting. Kennedy has received at least 15% on 3 qualifying polls so far, and he is on the ballot in 6 states, making him eligible for 89 electoral college votes. You'll be
There you go.
Boy, a lot to unpack there. I'll start off with a few thoughts right off the top here. CNN's standard of reporting, the same network that told you the Russia and the hoax and the laptop was fake. As far as RFK, though, I got to give Mr. Kennedy, or as the people like to say, Bobby. I got to give Bobby a little credit. Bobby tweeted a nice happy birthday wish to President Trump on Friday. He posted a picture of him standing side by side and said, "See you on the debate stage." I don't think Kennedy's going to make the debate stage because, as you heard there, the polling numbers, you need to be at 4 reputable polls at 15%. He's at 3 of them, but he's only on the ballot in 6 states. Again, I think a lot of this gets set up to really insulate Joe and basically give Joe Biden the most comfortable, error-free setting he could possibly have, although I still think he's going to make tons of errors. But I think the strategy is pretty simple. This debate, June 27th, do it now, get him out there, and give yourself wiggle room down the road.
Agreed. And by the way, for all the people tuning in, I will play the Eagles linebacker video. Just give me a second. If you want to see this, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go over to YouTube now. Over on MSNBC, host Alex Wagner worries that the debate is unfair to Joe Biden because our expectations for him are too high.
Too high?
Too high.
My expectation is just anything short of falling on your face might be a win for the guy.
Cut 20, Phil, go.
I do have to ask, though, I mean, this is all thrown into sharp relief when the 2 men are on stage debating, right? And it already feels like, the first presidential debate is set for June 27th. It already feels like the bar that is set for Biden to clear is so much substantially higher than the one Trump has to clear, which is literally, is he alive? Is he standing? Are the words coming out of his mouth? Setting aside what the words actually are. And I wonder if there's any way for Biden to overcome what seems like a structural disadvantage on, in the weeks leading up to what's going to be a pretty important inflection point in this campaign.
Wow.
Did she get the talking points reversed? The bar for Trump is just to show up and show that you're alive?
I'm telling you guys, that's what makes this so interesting to me, is that you literally turn on 2 different networks and they're saying the complete opposite.
It's
thing.
2 different worlds.
2 different worlds.
It's 2 different realities.
Yep.
Just a reminder, though, they will be sitting.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, I don't think they're standing.
That was in the original rules, I believe, correct?
Oh,
So,
what the hell is that?
How do you sit at a podium?
That's what the Democrats wanted.
What do you sit in like a booster chair?
No, Joe Biden can't stand at 9 o'clock at night for an hour. No,
I mean,
it's
he
not
did
happening.
the State of the Union. Come on, let's be fair.
He's not. No.
Okay.
So he has to.
Pooped out.
He pooped out. He did flame out because the meds wear off. But I'm trying to visualize a podium and somebody sitting. Like, I mean, I'm sitting in an elevated.
Oh, that
chair
is weak.
At
That
a
is
desk.
weak. Yeah, that's weak. I do not like that at all. Sitting.
I might need further clarification. Did they reverse that and go from sitting to podiums?
Yep.
How the hell? I mean, seriously, how do you sit at a podium? I'm picturing Turd Ferguson at the podium right now in Celebrity Jeopardy.
It's going to be so low energy to have them sit there and it's better to see their body language and when they're standing.
How's Trump going to do the accordion hands if he's sitting? I got to see Trump doing the squeeze box.
One more, and then we'll get to the Eagles linebacker. This L.A. City Council removes no U-turn traffic signs.
By the way, folks, this is the most obscene clip you will see for probably the entire week.
Because they're homophobic. So
U-turns.
You know those signs that no U-turn? It's the U-turn thing.
Yeah.
They say that they're removing it because they were anti-LGBTQ back in the day. I don't know how they got here, but
okay. Street signs are homophobic.
This, by the way, this report is from ABC7. This is not like some blogger. This is ABC7 in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Cut 7, Phil, go.
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
What?
I was also surprised that these U-turn signs were still up. And at first, they seem a little...
Wait, pause this. Can we pause this?
Yeah.
Can we pause this? Is that person's name maybe a girl?
What?
Go back to that.
Okay.
Phil, go back just a little
it's just
bit.
a no U-turn
right there,
sign.
freeze it.
Okay.
That person's name is maybe a girl?
Wow. Yeah, that's what it says there. Silver Lake Neighborhood Councilman.
Maybe a girl.
Great.
Are you picking up on what I'm saying here?
I've
maybe a girl? But it's spelled M-A-E-B-E?
You have to see
This can't be. This has got to be a spoof.
You have to see
I
the
thought
visual,
the U-turn sign was the punchline here. Now, this guy up there, or gal, or whatever's going on here. Her/she's name is maybe a girl. Maybe it's Maybelline.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
We have to start this clip over just so we don't lose our place. Phil, start the clip over again. Cut 7, go.
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
I was also surprised that these U-turn signs
Maybe
were
a
still
girl. Yep.
up. And at first, they seem a little, oh, okay, it's just a no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it and you realize that these were used to profile gay people, it's so important that we have these removed.
So where's
LA
your...
City Council members say the signs were put up after the gay community began to grow and because there was a gay bar in that area.
There you go.
I'm good. I was just going to say, where's your evidence that gay people were not welcomed here? So the solution to keep gay people out of a certain neighborhood was to put up a no U-turn sign?
By the way, no U-turn signs just came about in the 90s? What?
I would have figured that a U-turn was a hazard for 70 years or whenever they started putting up signs.
This is just first of all, it's an antiquated debate because nobody cares. If you're gay, be you.
Right.
It's such an old debate. Nobody cares. So the fact that they're living in the past, they're just trying to find things to, I don't know, stay relevant. They need a purpose-driven life right there. These are people, what is your job? What is your purpose in life? Because living in the 70s, hello, wake up.
Yes. Maybe a girl.
Nobody cares.
I can't believe that can't be that person's name.
Yeah.
That's a name change right there. That's somebody that went to the wherever you go to get your name legally changed, and you changed it and you spelled it to that.
By the way, if you watch, you could see it was spelled M-A-E,
right.
B-E,
right.
A as like the middle name, A, and then G-I-R-L.
Yes.
Maybe a girl.
Nobody's last name is Girl, by the way. I've never heard of anybody with the last name Girl.
Oh, you don't think that's
the whole thing is concocted.
Thanks, Nick.
Jesus.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button or the subscribe button. Actually, hit both. Hit the like button and the subscribe button. Okay, so this is NFL Eagles linebacker, Philadelphia Eagles linebacker Terrell Lewis.
Yes, played at Alabama.
So apparently he was chased by a prostitute down a hotel hallway naked after he ran off without paying. All right, so let's play this video. By the way, if you're watching right now or you have kids around, I would not suggest, because there's a naked buttocks here.
By the way, have we censored this, and are we sure we've censored any type of inflammatory language?
I am not playing the audio. I'm just going to play the video. Phil or Nick, if you want to roll it right now, and Nick, if you want to.
I have no problem narrating this.
Do the commentary. Stuff. Okay, ready?
Hotel room. It looks like Lewis runs out. Lewis is being chased by the prostitute. When I first saw this a couple days ago over the weekend, I thought that was Lewis that was naked, but no, that's definitely the prostitute
with tattoos on her butt,
right on her fanny, or her fanny. And there goes that's definitely Terrell Lewis because he's about 6'4", 6'5", tall guy.
So he leaves. it looks like he's leaving the hotel room, like he's running out of the hotel room.
Yes.
And she's chasing
Did
him.
you get to pay?
Butt naked.
Yes.
Literally butt naked.
And by the way, either Terrell Lewis ran a slow 40 or that prostitute's got some wheels because she's running out an NFL player.
She didn't get paid.
No, she didn't.
Clearly.
No. She had this. She was going to use that money to finish her cheek tattoos, but
Oh, man.
yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Let me ask you guys, do they cut him now?
If in fact that truly is him, and I don't want to just assume that it is just because it was on social media, but if it is him, Howie Roseman's probably going to say you're making our organization look bad, pal.
She's fast, by the way, running butt naked there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Maybe that's Jason Kelsey's successor.
Well, do we know what was going on? Do we have the backstory on this?
Well, there's definitely a third person filming, so I'd like to know what's that third person doing there.
Yeah.
You got a cameraman.
Oh, let me just say this. Let me just say this again. Allegedly,
Yes.
because I'm looking from the.
We don't know what happened.
I'm looking from the TMZ report, and it says allegedly Eagles football player Terrell Lewis is going viral.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
So that this is all alleged because we don't know.
Yeah,
but-
if in fact it is him, and look, do whatever you do. I mean, you're in the NFL. You can't afford to settle your tab. And come on, man.
Maybe you don't know. Maybe she wanted more loving.
Oh,
yeah.
there you
Well,
go.
I mean, second
he was
round.
he was so good that
Right?
she needed more.
She,
And then she said to Terrell Lewis, she said this.
Are you calling me a cheap trick?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
We got a lot of Dawn on the board.
Jump on me. Go for it. That's what we do here.
She said to Terrell Lewis. Terrell Lewis?
Jump on me. Go for it. That's what we do here.
Allegedly, Terrell.
But I mean, I'm not an HR person like for the Philadelphia Eagles, but does that get you fired?
I would imagine that's got to get you
Yeah.
cut.
Really?
If it is, I mean,
Yeah.
if that is
Why?
him, well, that's a good.
Because it's
question.
illegal?
I mean, would
I mean,
would
start
one of
right
us
there?
get fired? Would we be fired if we were running down the hall? And I mean, you don't know what happened.
That's all we need is Stalker chasing us down the hall with his cheeks hanging out.
And who is recording? Is that Phil Omquist recording?
I mean, Dawn, we hired you with your last name, so I'm kidding. I'm just saying that, like,
So-
yes, I believe there would be.
Ramifications?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But we don't even know. First of all, we're not sure if it's him or
Correct.
not.
We're not.
Second of all, we don't know what happened.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Terrell Lewis.
By the way, before we break here, and while we have all these eyes on you from YouTube, this is my worst nightmare for both of you. About 30 people were trapped upside down on a ride at Oaks Amusement Park in Portland, Oregon.
I would have a heart attack and be dead.
This is terrifying. Look at the video. Watch youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Phil, if you want to roll cut 22 now, go. It's more visual, but you could see it's one of those things where they go up and they go down and they go up and they go down.
Oh, God.
And they are up. I don't know how many feet they are up in the air, but they are all stuck upside down.
Well over probably 100 feet.
The incident reportedly happened on the Atmosphere ride on the park's first day of the season.
Yep.
According to local reports, the riders were stuck upside down for about 15 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, the blood's rushing to your head at
Oh, that would be horrendous.
I mean, I've said for many, many years, this is why I don't go on any of these rides.
Yep.
Stop.
I'm serious. I'm scared of heights. It's not so much the fear of getting stuck or the equipment malfunctioning. I'm petrified of heights. I don't like to be spun in circles. I can't do like the tilt-a-whirl. It makes my stomach queasy. I did when my wife and I first started dating back in the Carter administration. I went to Dorney Park with her in the summer of 2002, and I went on every ride to impress her. And I'm telling you, my palms were soaked, my knuckles were white.
Dawn, how does it feel being on a on a show, not just this one, but the previous show that we were on? Just a bunch of
beta males,
of just wussy men.
Yeah.
Like, I can't go on these things because it gives me a queasy stomach.
Can't do it.
It's 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes. Now, if it was 3 hours, all right. But I mean, 15 minutes hanging upside. There are machines that will hang you upside down that you pay for, by the way, that are good for you.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes.
Remember
really?
the ride that we played in the cut sheet like a year ago where the kid fell out and died because he was overweight and he didn't fit in the seat. Like, those are things I think about. That's why I don't go on them.
Boy, way to bring a funny segment down, Nick Kayal.
Look,
jeez, man.
I know I'm not alone out there, folks. Defend your boy in the YouTube chat.
The ride had to be manual lowered, and all riders are now being evacuated and medically evaluated, an official said, and there were no reports of injury. So luckily, nobody was harmed, but they were stuck upside down for 15 minutes, 50 feet up in the air.
Does anybody in this audience in the medical community know what happens if you have your blood rush to your head for 15 straight minutes?
Nothing happens. You're fine. It's 15 minutes. It's not a big deal.
My hands are sweating now just thinking about it.
All right, that's what I got for you guys.
All right.
More coming up at like 9:30.
Yep, part 3 coming up in 35 minutes. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We've got to get to fake hate crimes and fake racism with a Texas Democrat. That's coming up, as well as the Supreme Court strikes down a Trump-era ban on bump stocks. It's Kayal and Company. Fourth hour is next.
You know, this is the best time for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, backs, or hips are hurting. Are you aching? Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here thanks to QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And yes, I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments are going to harness your own body's ability to restore and actually go in there and repair the damaged joint tissue so you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again. Go on all the rides with the kids and the grandkids, okay? Pain-free. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Shinecup. Now, he's a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. They have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. How good does that sound? So stop putting it off. Call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Call QC Kinetics and get that free consultation. Put it on the calendar, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Whether you own a local business
or a global one. You know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions? Or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older. You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Yo, could I get a cold beverage? I need some leverage. I swear the outside some lemonade would be nice. Of a spice from the top to a BK. Got a vodka, a drink, but girls got the bay on the phone board.
9:01. It is the fourth and final hour as we get it going here on a Monday morning. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Linda Kearns, Law Office of Linda Kearns, LLC, attorney at law, handling our music playlist. Yet again this week, another big-time donation from Linda to Families Behind the Badges Children's Foundation. So we always appreciate that.
Never expected Linda would be a G-Love fan, but I love it. This
Never
is
judge
great.
a book by its cover,
I
folks.
know. This is great.
You know?
By the way, speaking of the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, can I just take you off your game for 1 second?
You can always can.
Associate producer here, Jim Kelly, just came up with a great idea.
Okay.
If you're willing, Kayal, for $2,000 to a $2,000 donation to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Nick Kayal, would you be willing to get on one of those rides that you're so terrified of with me?
Oh yeah.
And video it.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
So like we'll take you one day this summer down to the Jersey Shore. I'll get you on one of those those big rides that are 900 feet up in the air.
Uh-huh.
And you will do it and video it.
Yes.
For a $2,000 donation right now.
Yes.
We will do that.
Will I go on those rides with my wife and children? Absolutely not. Will I do it for $2,000 for a good cause? I absolutely will.
All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We are trying to raise $20,000 by July 21st, Nick?
That's correct. 5 weeks from yesterday.
All you have to do is go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com. I'll take you on one of those rides. $2,000 donation right now. We'll get Nick Hale on one of those rides and watch him.
Wait, you and I are going to be in the same little boat, so to speak?
Yeah.
The same little
Same.
seat thing?
Well, but does the person, donating get to choose the coaster?
100%.
Okay.
100%. Yeah. 100%.
So the Jersey Devil coaster,
Oh, boy.
58 miles an hour, 130-foot drop,
Dawn is
87-degree drop,
diabolical.
dive loop, and a 180-degree stall. Jersey Devil coaster, that's the one at Six Flags.
I want to see
That's my
Philadelphia
favorite.
seeks new morning show host who tragically perished on Boardwalk.
Do it right now.
Oh, this would
GregStockerStocks.com.
be fun.
All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Yeah. It's a big nut. I get it. $2,000 is, this day and age is not, but all the money goes. It's a great cause. Plus, we'll get Nick on a ride.
Yeah.
That we'll video and put up on social media, and then we'll discuss the next day.
I'm going to keep my eyes closed, hands on the thing, on the little bar, and you just don't bother me, Stalker. Just let me stay in my little element so I can get through it. I'm just going to be like this.
And you get to choose what that ride is.
No, I think King de Ka, they're saying that's 456 feet,
Oh,
tallest
God.
roller coaster in the world, 128 miles per hour, fastest coaster in North America. King de Ka, Six Flags. Come on. This is awesome.
GregStockerStocks.com. Go there. Nick will do this. A $2,000 donation right now. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's for families of fallen officers.
And how
It's a
long
great
does it?
cause.
How long does it take to roughly complete that ride? 45 seconds, minute and 20.
I have no idea, man.
I'll find
Could
a way
get
to get
stuck.
through it. Yeah, it could. I'll tell you what. If it gets stuck, I'm shouting from the top of the thing as loud as like. You better get. I'm going to bring Zioli's megaphone with me. Megaphone Bernie. I'll be shouting help. All right.
Peter S. said, do the slingshot bungee thing.
Oh no, I'm not. No.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
I'm putting my foot down. Nope. Executive. I'm using my ability to write executive orders. I veto that. That will not happen. I have to be in like a seat with a seatbelt, and that's it.
Michael asked if he can take an insurance policy out on Nick.
Will he do a Biden in his pants?
You want to
Is that
see
what
me
it's-
start tooting with Putin? Put me on a roller coaster.
Is that what it's called now, doing a Biden?
Doing the
That's
Biden.
amazing.
Yes.
It's amazing.
All right, let's get to a couple of stories in the world of Democrats. We're going to get to Chuck Schumer's grilling session gone wrong, as well as a Texas Democrat charged with faking racist comments to himself. But before all of that, let's get to a Dawn Stenzel in Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Wawa this morning. A sad Father's Day message from Nikki Haley, South Carolina, announcing that her father, Ajit Singh Randhawa, the father, her dad, had died on Father's Day. She announces this on social media, saying, "This morning I had to say goodbye to the smartest, sweetest, kindest, most decent man I have ever known." That from former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley announcing this on Father's Day on social media.
That's awful. I can't imagine losing a father or a mother on Father's Day or Mother's Day.
No,
that is awful.
He had been sick with cancer.
So it
but
wasn't a
still,
shock.
But,
Yeah.
So your heart goes out to her. This would be a great opportunity. If ever a time for, Republicans to unify the party, to have all of the party leadership wishing her condolences and that sort of thing.
Sure. Yes. Absolutely.
And the family.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that very sad Father's Day message. And we're talking about, it's all about the economy. So two incredible stories, one local, one national. First of all, the national story, Biden administration ready to release yet more oil from the strategic stockpile to stop or slow any jump in gas prices this summer. The White House obviously trying to mitigate all the inflation that we're dealing with ahead of the big November 5th election.
Keeps depleting the reserves.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we're watching that very carefully as what's the average price is the average price according to AAA $3.45 a gallon, and in Vegas prices average $4.05 a gallon.
Well, I'm wondering what California is. Probably 7 something.
It's crazy.
I have no idea how anybody can fuel up an SUV in California is beyond me.
So we have the Delaware River Port Authority Board. They're considering a 20% hike in tolls to cross the 4 bridges connecting New Jersey and Pennsylvania. that the DRPA controls, which would be the first increase since 2011. If they do this, what does it mean? Bridge tolls for automobiles would have to rise to $6.75, and that's up from $5, based on a 35% inflation rate over the ensuing years.
Okay. And New York just reversed course on tolls, did they not? I want to say I saw something in the last week or two with Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams with, I don't know, resident New York apologist Phil might know that. He probably pays a lot of New York
I'll
tolls.
tell you what it is. It's all about the election, because they have this, commuter tax.
That's what it is, yes.
$15 a day.
Oh my God.
And so because they stand to lose the House of Representatives in places like Long Island, they're doing this for politics. That's it. The congestion taxing.
Was Larry getting hit with that since he goes into New York?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
And this is,
or he would have.
Anybody who goes into New York, if you take your girls to see a Broadway show in New York, anybody who travels, whether you work, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a cop or a firefighter, whether you're a tourist, whatever, everybody pays the so-called congestion taxing, $15 a day.
My goal in life
Crazy.
is to never step foot in New York City ever again and never go to the state of California. I've actually never been to California.
Really?
Yeah. I've been to Hawaii. I've been to Vegas. I've been to Arizona. I've actually never stepped foot in the state of California.
Yeah, so the congestion tax, they talked about it here in Philadelphia, and the question was, will this come to Philadelphia if they put this into place? But so far, I don't think anybody's looking at it right now. But Kathy Hochul, they're just delaying it until after the November 5th election, in my opinion. It's just being put on hold because nobody can afford that.
Yep.
$15 a day. Boom. Let's talk about, speaking of that, Wawa's Cheap Eats program, featuring the classics inspired by Philadelphia Eagles legend Jason Kelce and his wife Kylie. They have their own hoagies.
Oh, what else is new? What else don't they have?
So it starts today. So here's the scoop: $5 and $6 sandwiches, hoagies that you can start ordering today, Monday morning, June 17th. And so the 6-inch shorty hoagie goes for $5, but the real deal is the 10-inch classic, which goes for $6. 10 inches for $6. Pretty good deal.
Yeah, that's the same thing that Terrell Lewis was. Hoagie Fest is underway today, right?
Yes, underway today. So the Jason is an Italian hoagie, mayo, provolone. Stop, Greg. Stop. Sorry. Mayo, provolone, tomato, banana peppers on a white roll.
Mustard.
And the Kylie features honey turkey, American cheese, lettuce, tomato, pickles, and banana. They both like the banana peppers on a wheat roll. So those are theirs.
Banana peppers are so low energy.
No, I disagree.
They're good.
I like banana peppers. However, you have to be careful because you have to make sure you don't get any with the middles in them.
The stem?
Yeah, because they're hard.
Mhm.
And you bite down, you're like, crunch on them. You have to make sure you get just the edges.
No hard hoagies.
No, yeah, exactly.
I'm more of a cherry pepper guy myself.
What are they, like sweet peppers?
No, cherry pepper, like the hot cherry pepper.
Okay.
That you get at a real Italian delicacy.
Well, on this, we are sponsored by Wawa for our Big Three. Summertime's here, Hoagie Fest. Get $5 shorties and $6 classics, always built, to order with meats, cheeses, and veggies that you're going to love. Get your favorite hot or cold hoagie or try something new. Only at Wawa Hoagie Fest. Thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring our Big Three.
$5 shorties. That's Terrell Lewis's neck of the woods, right?
Allegedly.
What a video. I'm never going to relive. I don't know what's going to be bigger. The two butt cheeks I was exposed to, or the fact that a 6'5" linebacker's bolting down a hotel hallway. I forgot my wallet. Do you take Venmo? No. Cash. All right, let's get to a couple of stories here with Democrats. This one's great. And I want to get to we got to break down the Chuck Schumer footage as well. Yeah. This is just, I'm still mystified by this for a multitude of reasons. But let me start with this story. Texas Democrat, a candidate running for office, was charged with faking racist comments to himself. His name is Taral Patel. And I want to play you this video just as a little introductory before we give you the details of this story. Phil, this is the video of, I believe, the candidate doing some campaigning out in his front yard. Let's get a little intro to Mr. Patel.
I'm running for commissioner. Of course I'm phone banking.
Okay,
I'm running for commissioner. Of course I'm block walking.
He's doing all the stuff. Put a little sign up here.
I'm running for commissioner. Of course I'm putting out yard signs.
Of course. Okay.
I'm running for commissioner. Of course we're recruiting volunteers.
Vote Patel!
What an individual. So let's give you these details. This Texas political candidate has been arrested on charges of sending fake hate messages to himself on social media. Yeah, because racism's so rampant that, you got to create the hate that doesn't exist. Patel, the Democratic candidate for Fort Bend Precinct 3 commissioner, was arrested by Texas Rangers and is being charged with online impersonation and misrepresentation of identity. Authorities allege that Patel spent months sending a stream of racist and derogatory comments to himself on social media. And oh, by the way, he was impersonating a supporter of incumbent Republican Commissioner Andy Myers. According to the arrest record for Patel, the investigation was launched in October of 2023 after Myers requested authorities to look into who was responsible for the vitriolic comment made at Patel. Patel previously posted a collage of hateful comments ostensibly sent by Myers' supporters, claiming that the messages represented a deep and misguided fear amongst the Republican Party. Quote, as your Democratic candidate for county commissioner, I am always open to criticism of my policy position and stances on issues, Patel said in a September 2023 post on Facebook. Quote, however, when my Republican opponent's supporters decide to hurl racist, anti-immigrant, Hindu-phobic, or otherwise disgusting insults at my family, faith, community, colleagues, and me, that crosses a line. After the investigation, it was deemed that this man concocted this whole thing himself. Welcome to the world, UC Smollett of Texas Democrat candidates running for Precinct 3 commissioner.
Wow.
Doesn't this just perfectly illustrate, number one, the left's obsession with race, which we talked about in the big take this morning, but also the depths that they're willing to go to try to one up and beat a Republican. Like, we always talk about how I'm not defending any of this by any stretch, but like Democrats, they just fight dirty, right? And like Republicans need to start taking the fight to Democrats. This is what Republicans are dealing with. This is what Republicans are up against. And this is a perfect illustration of that. So I wanted to pass that along.
It's against the law
Yes.
to impersonate somebody online?
Yes. And it's also against the law to basically file a false report that you are the victim of on the receiving end.
But did he file a police report?
That I don't see in this story. But then again, it's only a one-page story from Fox News. I'm sure there's far more to this than the 4 paragraphs that they gave us. But it would not surprise me at all, right? Like falsifying police records, making claims, these bogus claims. In a way, this is, obviously to a lesser extent, but it's really no different than what we have seen in the news with these allegations of sexual assault or sexual abuse or rape, where it ultimately we find out that the female was lying. Like, there's just a lot of people out there that make stuff up. And I think it's really this, hey, I'm going to be a victim, the victimhood culture. I'm just so tired of it. I hope this guy gets hit with, whatever the maximum is under the law in Texas, which, by the way, kind of interesting. He was arrested by Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
I didn't know they called them that, but Texas Rangers. I'm not sure what separates a Texas Ranger from a Texas police officer, but that's that story. Let's get to Chuck Schumer here as we wrap up. Phil, if you could just throw this picture up and leave this up here for a couple of minutes on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube yet, I'm not sure where you've been, but get there and look at this picture. This is an astounding post. And by the way, Chuck Schumer has since deleted the post.
Oh, has he?
Yes, he has deleted it. Miss Robbins sent us a screenshot of it this morning.
Good.
Where apparently after being grilled by people on social media, Schumer took this down. Chuck Schumer tweeted this yesterday on Father's Day. He says, "Our family has lived in an apartment building for all of our years, but my daughter and her wife just bought a house with a backyard, and for the first time we're having a barbecue," and I forget whatever else is in that post. But the point of this post, if you zoom in, look at those burgers. Those burgers are raw. Chuck Schumer has a slice of cheese on a raw burger for the photo op.
Are you saying this photo is staged?
It's either it's staged or this man has never grilled before in his life and has no idea that you don't put the cheese on until the burger's about 90% of the way to your liking, whether that's medium rare, medium well, or if you eat burgers well done, you're a commie. But some people like burgers well done. And oh, by the way, here's the other beef I have with this, no pun intended.
Yeah.
Why are his raw patties brownish gray?
I was just going to say that. Yeah, they do not look healthy.
No. Like, I'm one of these guys, when I buy meat, I want to cook it and grill it that day fresh. But in the event I can't get to it within a day or two, I freeze it.
So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking these were frozen. Because if you get those like Bubba burgers, they're like that consistency. I'm not saying that's what those are. I have no idea.
So then the question becomes, why is he putting cheese on a frozen burger?
But the other issue is, I think it's illegal in New York City to grill.
Is it?
Even electric grill, charcoal, gas, or propane.
This guy's got $29 billion in the bank, and he's been in an apartment his whole life.
Yeah, but I don't think it's. I'm not kidding you. I think that a lot of these rules apply if you're on a balcony at your apartment building.
Yeah.
It's illegal in a lot of cities like New York City to even grill. So is he breaking the law?
Doesn't it just go to show you how to touch these elitists are?
I know.
By the way, Phil, if you can put that photo back up there one more time. By the way, the brickwork on the back needs a little touch up there, Chucky.
Yeah.
So, maybe you can get on that.
Yeah, I mean, the hot dogs look okay over on the far left end of the grill. Those are big ones. Those are foot-long frankfurters.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm one of these guys who I get a little creeped out when my meat starts to go a little gray or brown.
And also, you don't put the hot dogs on before the hamburger.
Right.
Because hot dogs take a couple of minutes.
Yes, and the hot dog, by the way, is basically already cooked in advance, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, he doesn't grill.
I was just going to say that.
Okay. You think?
Yeah.
This is another one of those, like Elizabeth Warren, I'm going to get me another beer.
Yeah.
Her husband, which she never, drinks beer, is with her husband in the kitchen. So it's the same thing. They're trying to look like they're a normal, regular person, and not so much.
I'm surprised he's even using a gas-powered grill. I figured Chuck would be electric by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, electric, so I looked it up. Electric barbecue grills are legal to install at residential properties, but not on all apartment building balconies. So they have a lot of rules about barbecuing in New York City.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
I prefer gas, but if you like charcoal, albeit, knock yourself out.
We let people in from Venezuela who barbecue humans. But if you have a barbecue on your patio, you could get fined for that in the backward state of New York.
That is correct. I trust on Stenzel and around a grill more than I do Chuck Schumer.
Thank you very much.
There's the lesson to be learned. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But buddy, real dads aren't always that great, I got a real dad, and the guy's out of his mind. He's been telling me what to do my whole life. He never lets me figure stuff out on my own. A lot of dads are like that. That's why so many people grow up nuts. Look at this guy over here. He's probably a nice little boy just like you. Then his dad messed his mind up. Now look at him. Hey, buddy, who won the Jets game, Who cares? Let it go, pal. He can't control you anymore. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You're a loser. You're mad at your dad, mad at me. I forgive you.
Think you know what it is? Call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, if you know that movie clip, which came out 25 years ago today, and that clip was specifically played back to you this morning on a Nokia flip phone, Caller 12 at 855-839-1210. You will win this prize. We have 2 tickets to 1210 WPHT's Politics and Pints.
What?
Featuring author Jack Carr. Who signed off on this?
Who signed off on this?
This is unbelievable. And a signed copy of his latest book, Red Sky Morning, on Tuesday, June 25th at the Zlock Theater on the campus of Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Tickets available at 1210WPHT.com. If you do not win them this morning, and you can purchase them online, but caller 12, 855-839-1210. That movie clip came out 25 years ago today. Best of luck. And we'll see if we get our winner on the other side. But first, a word from my friends with Families Behind the Badge. You know, we all love and respect our first responders. So we would love to have you support us once again in the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 21st. Tons of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City or 30 miles from Hamilton. Maybe you can meet up with Lou from Hamilton and talk about suburban women. There's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride, and you can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. I'll be back as the captain this year. We've got about a half a dozen people on our squad, and whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause, we'll give you a little bit of a discount. Visit bendtoshore.org, and when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll take off $25 from your registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Families Behind the Badge provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders, and they support the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The milkshake that blew out Mom's blender. The short ribs that converted a vegetarian. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a timeless granite countertop can now be yours for as little as $1,999. Let the memories begin. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyric SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
why shop at Gerhardt's Appliances. Since 1945, we've been the local appliance store known for our package deals, exclusive rebates, and personalized customer service. We have laundry pairs starting at $8.99, 4-piece stainless steel kitchen packages from $14.99, and free local shipping over $3.99. We service what we sell. We give back to our community and yours. So shop small and save big. Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of Philly's kitchens for over 75 years.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. GoConklin.com!
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:32 on this Monday morning. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster this week. Head to Lancaster County to enjoy the fresh air and learn about the Amish culture. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com to plan your getaway today. All right, we've got our winner for the morning mystery movie clip. Sarah is in Westchester, and she has identified the clip and the movie that came out 25 years ago today. Sarah, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, Nick. That was Big Daddy.
Yeah, Big Daddy. That is correct. And you win the tickets for Pints and Politics coming up with Jack Carr. So you've got a pair of tickets for that coming up in just a little bit.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate you listening and for playing. Let me take this call quickly before we get to the cut sheet. Rich is in Glenmore, and he's a little triggered over the raw meat commentary with Chuck Schumer. What's up, Rich?
You guys got to stop hating on the raw eaters like me. I like my burger to stop moving and stop mooing, and just warm it up a little. I don't want it brown. If I find a steak or a burger that doesn't have pink in it, I send it back. I don't even want it.
Oh, no, Rich, I'm with you. I eat my steak medium rare. I like my burgers medium. I'm all for red and pink and a little bit of juice and blood. I'm all for that. What Schumer's doing, though, blows me away is the fact that he's got cheese on what could very well be a frozen burger, if, in fact, that's the way it
now,
played
see,
out.
not frozen. I don't have the teeth. I'm 57. I don't have the teeth to chew through a frozen burger. But as for raw, absolutely, put the cheese on it, put it on the roll. If it's not moving, or at least not moving so fast that I can't catch it, then we're good.
All right, let's be honest here. Moment of truth. How many minutes per side for your burger on an open flame?
Minutes? What are you talking about, minutes?
30 seconds each side?
I use a stopwatch, and I don't go past a minute. Are you kidding?
So
as long as they're thawed out.
So you don't even get the grill mark on the beef?
No.
Okay.
Not interested.
What a
Why
legend.
even do the grill then?
When I was a kid, see, it started when I was a kid. My parents would buy a big thing of ground beef from the butcher, and it was sure to be cut only with beef, not with pork, so it was okay. But see, everybody in my family loved it well done, and I hated well done. I still do.
Yeah.
And I would sneak in like a little Ewok and grab a hunk of meat off the table before anybody could stop me. I think I was 8 or 9 years old. I was hiding under the dining room table eating raw meat like an animal.
all we need to do now is find out whether or not Chuck Schumer likes his chicken medium rare. We'll get those answers as we move on.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even cook. If my husband is exactly like you, so I don't even bother with the grill for him. I just put it in the pan on the stove with some butter.
Yeah.
And just brown each side.
Yeah.
Sear it and boom.
Wow.
Because he likes it. So it's really not even medium rare.
Oh, wow.
It's just rare and seared. You know what I mean?
It's like steak tartare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's exactly what it is.
You have to make sure, as he said, it has to be high quality.
Sure. Of course. All right. 9:35. Let's find out what Stalker has lined up for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 3.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. Pain has met its match. Relief covered by insurance. Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA. Their team of licensed physical therapists specializes in treating sports injuries and get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com. That's bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. Thank you, Bounce Back Physical Therapy, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. I'm going to take a little side note here, Nick, even you're not expecting this.
Okay.
I have some video of you golfing at Trump National on Friday.
Sir, only pre-approved questions that have been screened in advance. I'm like Joe Biden. You can't throw curveballs my way.
So, Phil, if you want to, yes, the cut you have, or the video you have up there in the queue is fine. No audio. Nick, if you want to just kind of narrate what's happening here at the Trump National Golf Course. Phil, if you want to run that, there you go.
Yeah, that's a putt from about, we'll call it about 20, 25 feet. A little blurry.
Yeah, well,
Is this from the same thing as the Adam Sandler clip? And, yeah, my knees bent there. I got it up there just to about the hole, and it just ran out of steam with about 4 inches to go. It's a lot like Rory McIlroy yesterday at the U.S. Open.
And the next one I have is you driving here.
Yeah, hitting I think this is a 6-iron. I was told don't go left. There's water. There's only two holes on Trump's course with water, and I found the water both times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They said don't go left. If you're going to miss it right. Right's where you want to miss. And I hit a beautiful shot, but it just kept drawing left and then splash.
There you go.
Beautiful course, by the way. Great people, great conditions.
How'd you shoot?
I did not play well. I shot a 101. Very tough course. Very challenging.
Really?
Hot as hell.
Yeah.
And, of course, our playing partners were like, hey, we do this thing where every time you get a birdie, you take a shot. And, of course, I didn't make any birdies, but the rest of the group did. And
a shot, like a
shot of liquor from the cart girl.
Wow.
Yeah, so we were doing shots.
There's one more video here, Phil. It's the one with isn't there one with the skyline?
Oh, yeah, that was on the, by the way, if you ever get a chance to play it, the 18th green and the clubhouse, you can see the skyline of Philadelphia off in the distant background. Very beautiful views.
Yeah, I guess we don't have that one. That's okay. It's all good. No big deal.
Good time, though.
It was a good time.
It was a great time.
And
great time, great people.
Who'd you play with?
I played with Ed Leo and, let's see here, we had another guy named Kevin. I forget his last name, and I met a guy named Bob Moore who grew up in Kensington. Now he drinks martinis at Trump International.
Nice.
More proof that it's not where it matter where you start, it's where you finish, folks, and hard work gets you there.
But you had fun. You had a great time.
It was a great time.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would love to be invited back.
I apologize for that. I don't know why the videos were blurry. I guess there was something from my transfer to the video. So
what are you going to do?
My fault.
Trust me, none of my shots were worth watching in HD anyway.
Cut 4 here, Phil. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy was on Jake Tapper's show on Sunday and was discussing Biden's bad polling numbers in battleground states. Murphy's like, it's just one poll. Just one poll. I got to tell you guys, they seem very confident and very calm about this whole thing. That's all I'm saying. Cut 4, Phil, go.
Polls show Biden trailing Trump in key battleground states and polling well behind your Senate colleagues who are running for re-election. Look at this New York Times poll from last month. Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin is up 9 points in Wisconsin. Biden's only up 2 points. Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey up 5 in PA. Biden's down 3. Arizona Congressman Ruben Gallego running for Senate in Arizona up 4. Biden down 7. Nevada Senator Jackie Rosen up 2 in Nevada. Biden's down 12. How can you look at these statistics, these numbers, and not conclude that Joe Biden is a drag on the ticket?
Oh, that's not going to be the case.
But look at the numbers.
Well, that's one poll.
I mean, you're happy for your colleagues, I'm sure, but Biden is underpolling all of them.
Well, that's one poll. I can also show you 60 other polls that show that Joe Biden is in the lead. There are plenty of polls in swing states that show that Joe Biden has a small lead. This is going to be a close race. There's no doubt about it. But what we have consistently seen is that Democrats are outperforming polls because we're seeing a surge of turnout, especially young people who are freaked out that Republicans, led by Donald Trump, are going to take away their right to reproductive health care, are going to destroy our democracy. I think this is going to be a close race, but I have no doubt that Joe Biden is going to win, and he's going to lead Senate Democrats to hold the majority.
So a couple of things here. I would say any Democrat short of Joe Biden is probably going to poll better than Joe because odds are that Democrat, as crazy as they might be, is probably younger and has a functioning and operating brain, unlike Joe at this point, who's got pudding for brains. That's number one. Yeah, but number two, Democrats have outperformed the polls. Heck, we just go back to 2 falls ago. Go back to the anticipated red wave that never hit the shores here in America short of Florida. But you're right. Like, the confidence is interesting, but but then you see some where it's like they're clearly nervous about the black vote. I don't know. Like, I'm sitting here and I see a lot of these people, and and they get very defensive too when you bring up Joe's low polling numbers.
James Clyburn, who basically saved Biden in 2019 when he was polling terribly, and then kind of ran the table after he won South Carolina and kind of brought out the black vote.
Mm-hmm.
He did an interview with Politico over the weekend, and he basically says that like this black turnout for Trump is all a myth, and he's not worried, and so they seem very confident. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying to you guys, that they seem very confident.
They're still trying. Here's the thing I am worried about. I'm not worried about any of this stuff. Right now, if you look at today's snapshot, Trump wins, okay? That's why they're working so hard to make sure abortion is on the ballot. And it's already on the ballot in some states. They're trying to get it on the ballot in states like Nevada, which right now, if you look at, and by the way, the state-by-state polls have always been more accurate than if you look at a so-called national poll.
Mm-hmm.
So that concerns me, that this abortion issue is the one way that they energize all these so-called suburban women, young women, first-time voters, 18-year-olds. That is my greatest concern. If that's on the ballot, that is troublesome.
Amazing. Local polls more accurate than national. Local shows better off on radio
Yes,
than
sir.
nationally syndicated shows.
Imagine that.
All elections are local.
There you go. All right, we'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and what happened today in music history as we wrap up a Monday of Kayal and Company.
You know, for me, safety always comes first when I think about my family. So for us, as summer's upon us, no time like the present to get back out on the roads. We already had one of our first summer road trips over the weekend. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. And Piazza has thousands upon thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful brands on the roadways right now. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Visit them at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their PA, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since the beginning of 2014. The main reason Crash Proof is so phenomenal is there's no way that the original investment you put in is going to be any less than you started. In addition, you do get significant returns. A number of the different investment strategies that I've been involved with have given me 10 to 15% returns annually. With the Crash Proof Retirement System this year, I made almost 11.5%. It's quite a nice feeling to know that at the end of your year, whatever you've gained, the 10 or 15%, now becomes your new principal amount and you never lose it.
Learn how double-digit interest returns can be permanently compounded to your principal with no risk of loss in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:49 on this Monday morning. The Dawn Show, just 11 minutes out. We find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, we have so much going on. We're going to talk to Ben Manis, Broad and Liberty, his latest piece talking about all things Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, some of the crime reports and what's going on with that. We will also get into the fact all the Juneteenth celebrations in and around Philadelphia. It's a big week. And I understand, because this is the newest federal holiday, we all have off on Wednesday.
This
we have
Wednesday?
a best of on Wednesday?
No, we're
It's
working.
an Odyssey Company holiday.
It is, but Dawn.
I just got the memo.
Yeah, we are here. Nick might be off, but you and I are here, my love.
You got Bruno.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had to trigger Stalker there. We there's so much developing. We're I'm having these internal debates as to the president. I think that as far as the upcoming POTUS debate, we still are not quite clear on all things, standing, sitting. There will be a podium. Will they have a bar stool? There's still, reportedly, there's all this infighting between the Biden and Trump camps.
Okay.
As far as this. So it's not nailed down.
So Stalker's prediction of it might not go off could still actually be reality, is what I gather.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Monday, June 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mike Buck, the drummer for the Fabulous Thunderbirds, who turned 72. Jello Biafra from the Dead Kennedys, who turned 66. Barry Manilow, who turns 81 and was great in Vegas last year. And Philip Chevron celebrates a heavenly birthday from the Pogues. Singles include Carrie Ann by the Hollies in 67, and Ex-Offender Blondie's first single from 1976. Albums include Steve Winwood's solo debut from 77. In 2008, The Offspring released Rise and Fall, Rage and Grace. And in 97, Blink-182 released their major label debut, Dude Ranch. Also, in 78, Andy Gibb became the first solo artist to have their first 3 singles to reach number 1. In 71, Carole King's Tapestry was atop the album chart. In 72, Exile on Main Street was on top. In 65, the Kinks and the Moody Blues made the U.S. concert debut. And in 1977, Judas Priest did the same thing. But lastly, if you were supposed to see Stevie Nicks on Saturday night in Hershey like I was with my wife, still no update from Ticketmaster on any rescheduled date.
Uh-oh.
For Kayal and Company,
Wow.
I'm Phil Lomquist.
Phil got jobbed. Terrible.
Jobbed.
All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next, and we will see you Tuesday morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the best